Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 49. We are live with Jay Berg, a Bitcoin OG who's joined in 2010 and was the first person to tweet BTCUSD when the price hit $12 back in 2012. And he's been doing a lot of great stuff. This is actually technically his second time on the show because during the interview with Chris DeRose last year, he joined as a surprise guest. But at the time, the conversation was not about him and his work and his opinions. It was mostly about nostalgia for Bitcoin Uncensored and the work of Chris DeRose. Now he's here to talk about his own work, to give us some insights on his own opinions, and tell us all why everyone in Bitcoin right now is wrong. Welcome, Jay.
Hey, how you doing, Vlad? Good to see you again. Yeah, I forgot that this is my second time, but it's been a long time coming. I love what you're doing in the space, and yeah, let's get to it. See where this goes.
Now, let's start with the hot take. You told me something before we started rolling that basically every Bitcoin maximalist is wrong and that shitcoining is the new Bitcoining or something.
Yeah, I would say okay. Yeah, hot take. Bitcoin maximalism itself was originally a negative term that got taken over by the people that were called that to make it a positive. I would say the idea of being called a shitcoiner should be the new Bitcoin maximalism. So, um, anyone who has a feeling of negativity when they call the shitcoiner should just, take it in and become a shitcoiner. We should rename this podcast the Shitcoin Takeover Podcast.
No,
Um,
but I disagree with you there because I think Bitcoin is like Linux, right? It's the kernel that everything else uses. So I believe that Litecoin is Bitcoin. Does it
right.
follow the
Yes,
same white
that's what I
paper?
meant. That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Crypto is Bitcoin. Ethereum is Bitcoin. Zcash is Bitcoin. Lightning is Bitcoin. Liquid is Bitcoin. It's all Bitcoin because, in one sense, Bitcoin has failed, and now there's thousands of coins that make up all the components that what Bitcoin should have been in the beginning. So it's funny to say Bitcoin has failed when it's making new highs, but the mempool is empty, and really, um, we have not we have not achieved peer-to-peer electronic cash in Bitcoin itself. But there's we got somewhere, and it's been a crazy 15 years. I guess every 4 years is like a whole new story and a whole new drama. And now, kind of miss what's happening now. I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but I think both sides are incorrect. Both sides are completely wrong. Um,
By
you
both
know,
sides, you mean the filter guys and the ones who say we should increase up return?
Yes, exactly. So op return is it's definitely not a good idea. Like cores definitely make big mistakes, and this is a series of bigger mistakes, but the responses I think is even worse. You know, so it's not such a big deal. Yeah, of course it's a bad move, and it's after a series of individual moves that got us here. But the question is, how did we get here? And um, how do we? I don't know how to get out of here, right? Uh, I think a new civil war is kind of in the DNA of the toxic Bitcoin maximalists, and it's a shame that it's come to this, but here we are. So
Really, so how do you think this is gonna end? You think we're gonna fork again, just like 2017?
so I haven't really been keeping up. What I do is I usually make predictions. So I actually predicted this. I don't know, Luke Fork or something. I basically predicted that they would fork off, and just like 2017, I guess. And then we could like, okay, they fork off, and then we could like do op CTV, right? I think that's the original sin of Bitcoin, and not. So I personally believe that Core isn't even Bitcoin, and Knox isn't even Bitcoin. I believe Bitcoin includes OpsCTV. I think OpsCTV had consensus, and I think that's the original sin of how we got here and why everything has just gone sideways since then. But there's like a lot of history, many, many years of history. Like you said, I've been here since 2010 or 2009, and I've seen it all go. And it's really difficult to explain where I'm coming from without giving the whole story of where I'm actually coming from, especially people that showed up in 2017, 2020, 2023. It's a whole new world where we're at now. And yeah, so it's, I like what you're doing. We're bringing in OG people. And I used to see you bring in even Bitcoin cashers. Like, it's really a shame that we lost half the community in 2017, right? And a lot of them were pretty good people, sophisticated devs and stuff. And now maybe we're doing the same thing. So yeah, it's not ideal, but here we are.
I'm not sure if it was half the community in 2017. It did seem like a lot of the libertarians were on the side of BCH, and many of the core developers, not many, like a few key developers like Gavin and Andresen were first on board with BCH, and they said that's the Bitcoin that they have been working on since they started. Unfortunately, that big block side ended up having another big schism, and I do have my own conspiracy theory about it, that Craig Wright is the state actor that we have been worrying about, because everything that he touches ends up in chaos, ends up being destroyed to some extent. Like, that man is like the Tasmanian devil or something. Unpredictable, becomes allies with you, and the next moment he stabs you in the back. He sued a bunch of developers. He made some developers lose their mind, like Vladimir van der Laan. I saw that he has a new name now, under which he contributes. I think he's trans, or she's trans, I'm not even sure anymore. And this all started when the lawsuits were pouring in against core developers. And it seems like the world hasn't been the same since he landed on the scene 10 years ago, when I think it was a conference in Las Vegas where he was introduced to the world by Bitcoin Belle. Actually,
Yes.
no, before that, it was that signing ceremony or whatever with Gavin where he fooled him. I mean,
That was after. That was way after, I think.
wasn't that 2015?
Signing ceremony? I think he was introduced by Bitcoin Belle, and then signing ceremony happened when he was saying he's Satoshi, right? Yeah. Before that Vegas thing, no one even heard of him, right?
I've watched. So
I
I
don't
was not
remember.
in Vegas at the time. I was like 23 years old. I didn't care much about any of this. But I did watch the YouTube video. And I have to say, it looked like Craig Wright was the Wizard of Oz. He was there on the screen. He was supposed to debate everyone else on the panel, including Nick Szabo, who may or may not be Satoshi, but given his recent return and his opinions on Bitcoin, and the fact that he seems to be out of the loop and not cognizant of the consequences of everything, it seems like I incline to say that he's not, or he's playing a very good role.
Yeah, I mean, in 2014, I asked him directly if he was Satoshi. He said no, and I kind of believed him. So I don't think it was Nick Szabo. Yeah, I think maybe it was Steve Nash, or I'm not sure who Satoshi is. I think if he's alive, he'll come back
Not Steve Nash,
eventually.
that's the basketball player.
Oh, what's his name? Nash Equilibrium.
Graham Nash?
Oh, Nash Equilibrium.
No, that's from Cosby, Stills, and Nash.
No, Game Theory.
John Nash.
John Nash. Sorry, I said Steve Nash. Was he a basketball player?
You said Steve Nash. I said what?
He said Cosby Stills. Yeah, that's
Graham
funny.
Nash from
Yeah.
Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young. Anyway, John Nash, the
Yeah.
protagonist of
So
the movie A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah, I think the Civil War was the biggest mistake. I think it was the biggest mistake, and I really want to apologize for my part in it. I could get into like what how that caused where we are today, but I kind of, one of the things I noticed is that, you know, your takes, like I kind of, when I say everyone's wrong, including you, lad, like I think I probably disagree with everybody and including like most of your takes on Twitter, but I feel like where we align is, um, that there's a major problem in the space. It's not healthy for anyone involved. And, I think that on a foundation level, there's, you broke out of whatever cult you were in, and now you're going off on your own and trying to make things better. And I really like appreciate doing that. And then very few people left doing that. And I think that, um, moving forward, there could be a new movement. And I think the name of the movement being, you know, shitcoin or something kind of like creates the new tent where some of the worst of the worst, like you even told me a story before we got on about someone attacking someone's girlfriend or one of the devs, keep them out and break this cult. I think, get back to the code, get back to the developers and solving technical problems. So
At the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves if we just came here for this 21 million meme, and therefore BTC in its current form is everything that we want to have, no matter how, or if we came here for a purpose which is humanitarian or individualist or whatever, but to maximize human freedom. If you want to maximize human freedom, you cannot do it with the Bitcoin network in its current state and with its current culture.
yeah, so I have a pretty, bland take. I think, it's about a piece of software that solves a fundamental problem of electronic cash, peer-to-peer cash. And I think that should be the focus is, you know, getting this tool working correctly. We started 15 years ago, and I think we kind of stopped trying to make this thing money like it was intended to be. So it's a technical achievement. I think if we take a step back, so where am I coming from? I'm coming from much more of a technical side of things. I could go into like how I discovered Bitcoin
Yeah,
and where.
I was gonna ask you this because the average person who will tune in right now from Twitter, they will say,
Yeah,
"Who is this guy? He doesn't understand Bitcoin." Like he
right,
talks out of his ass right now. He says, "Oh,
exactly,
we should be doing this." He doesn't understand Bitcoin. It's not what Sailor told me.
right. Okay, so let's think how Bitcoin happened. Okay, with me. Um, okay, 1998, the internet bubble, or the internet thing, right? So I had a friend that got a job at, I think, spendcash.com, there was a bunch of digital currency startups, right? I don't know if you remember that. And I
I
remember
was 6 years
thinking,
old. I can't. Sorry.
I remember hearing digital cash, and I said immediately I was thinking ones and zeros. I'm like, okay, I have a bunch of ones and zeros that somehow equals $1, and I could just clone it. So I immediately said, okay, that's impossible because of double spend, right? I mean, I didn't even have to get into UTXOs. I was just like, yeah, it, it can't work, right? And I just dismissed it, right? And then so where was I? What was I doing at that time? I was at Bloomberg. The Bloomberg company, the terminal financial markets, and so let's say it was like New Year's 1999. The euro just came out, right? EUR USD, and I was kind of involved in doing the tech and the charting and the systems, dealing with this new ticker symbol and merging all the old currencies like the Deutschmark or the French franc, right?
So,
So
for context, would it be fair to call you a C++ developer?
that was actually C Unix, but yeah, I'm a C++ coder from back in the mid 90s. So I've been doing C++ for a long time. So So that's when I first heard about digital currency. Forward back to okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna go into part of my background. So Mike Novogratz had this startup, had this hedge fund called Fortress before he was a billionaire, right? And they would do they would have they had a trading arm, and they had this model that was trading, making tons of money a day, doing what's called high frequency trading, right? And they had a major problem. The system stopped making money, so they had an emergency hire. So they hired me as a C++ quant developer to come in and try to fix the system, right? Long story short, they went public 2007, 2008, and I left. And as I was leaving, I said to myself, I was like, you know what? We have some of the smartest people, top coders in the world, like literally in this team, but the design of the system was such a disaster, right? The top-down approach of the non-technical people. And I thought, imagine somehow the coders themselves could actually build something without needing the business model or the MBAs on top of them. So I went back home. This is by 2009. And I said, I'm going to start over. So I decided to build my own machines, hardware, software. I'm going to restart my software career and, from first principles. Next, so here's how I figured out Bitcoin. I was building my hardware. I was trying to overclock my machine. I went to overclock.net, and there was a post on Bitcoin. It was a post that was closed because people thought it was a scam, didn't know what it was, and it was about how to use your CPU to earn Bitcoin. And I read the white paper. I downloaded the code. I compiled the code, and immediately, maybe within 2 or 3 days, I immediately knew that this has changed the world. And this actually was the first time I've ever seen a piece of code that could actually on its own create actual value without needing a business model, right? And at that moment, I was like, okay, the coders are now in charge, and I was all in. And from 2000, okay, so then I tweeted, right? How did I tweet the Bitcoin ticker symbol? So at that point I had a startup that was tweeting, Dow Jones and S&P and soybeans and gold and oil and its new highs and new lows. So actually, if you look at that tweet, right, BTCUSD $12 wasn't the all-time high, it was a relative high. So the company Newberg Consulting the product was, we're going to tweet relative highs, so you don't have to watch the chart all day. But the reason why I bring up the ticker is because this was before Bitcoin had a ticker, BTCUSD. And actually, the first tweet from this system was actually USD BTC. So I actually have this piece of paper here. I was trying to figure out, is it USD BTC or is it BTC USD, right? It turns out some currencies use USD first. Some currencies have like JPY USD or EURU, right? USD JPY. So it was so early that even BTC USD didn't exist yet. So although that was the first tweet of the Bitcoin ticker symbol, there was actually 2 earlier ones from Newberg that I also did through my system that was USD BTC at a much lower price. Yeah, so that's kind of how that tweet happened. And from there it was, so I came in as a pure C++ coder, right? Interested in the code and in exciting how this is something. And also, I was also a trader. I was doing charts for already 10 years. So you could think of it like it was the perfect thing. And I was all in. And, from, I guess, until 2014, 2015, like it was perfect, right? Everything was perfect. It was completely decentralized. It was amazing. It was a great environment. There was really no drama. It wasn't actually, it was pretty progressive, but you had to be a coder and you had to, really um, understand, right, what this could be. But it was, it was a breakthrough, and it was an awesome time. And I think people are trying to bring that back, but hard.
Yeah. I mean, what can I say? You've been in Bitcoin since 2010 or something. Since you discovered that, you've been mining. You've seen every wave of adoption that happened. Even guys like Roger Ver, they joined in 2011, and his wave of libertarians. Like, you've seen it all. And you have a point of reference, right? You've seen, for example, I think it was BitMEX Research that posted a Bitcoin Talk link from back in 2010 when there was basically the same argument about putting data on the blockchain and whether or not it should be filtered. And there was someone who expressed concern that someone's gonna put very illegal content in there, like porn or whatever. And you go through that conversation and you realize that nothing's new. And then
Nothing's
you go to 2015, 2016, there was the upper turn war with Counterparty trying to be. At the time, it had the first starter advantage. It was maybe the most used token layer around. It was also competing with Omni or Mastercoin, but I think Counterparty was number one. They tried to get the core developers to increase the size of upper turn.
And they did, right? From 40 to 80?
Yeah, but it was still limited, and I think Ethereum sort of thrived because of this.
Yeah, so I think that 80, I think all you need is a hash.
My point is that you've seen all of this, and now it's all coming back, but in a much worse situation, in a context that is conflictual, with a company that seems that it really wants to stir the pot and bring, like, what kind of people are coming along and they pretend to be Bitcoiners and then they say people put child porn on the blockchain and you
Yeah,
can
so
go to jail for running a node. Like, this is the worst of the worst. It's this
yes,
the slippery slope at the most extreme.
right. And it happened because so people's foundation of what Bitcoin is, a lot of it is FUD. And again, I kind of blame us for this, the Civil War. But if you start with a foundation that's FUD, or let's say FUD, something it's too nuanced or complex, so we simplify it, and then people have this flag planted at this is the core, right? When it's really, and then they go in a direction, and everything comes back down to this core belief. And if the core belief is wrong, right, you end up with this. What do they call it? When you have two competing thoughts in your mind, right? That's what
Contradiction.
that's okay. Toxicity. No, there's a word for it. It's early in the morning here. Yeah, that's what creates toxicity. Literally, it's called
Cognitive dissonance.
cognitive dissonance. I think almost all of Bitcoin wars and this whole space and all the negativity in the cults, it's mostly cognitive dissonance. And I used to remember I don't know when you got in here, but remember the massive like wars between Ethereum and Bitcoin? Like we really hated each other. I don't know if it's still going on.
It's still going on. I see it, especially with guys who built a brand out of it, like Jimmy Song or Samson Mao.
Yeah,
They just
yeah,
keep
exactly.
going. Like, they
And-
can't just give them a break. They built something, they're reaping the rewards. And they're like,
Right,
no, it's a shitcoin because it pre-mined 60 million ETH and whatever.
right. So I used to tweet, so obviously, so I used to have this one tweet that just shows like the situation. I used to say Ethereum scales Bitcoin, right? And I would get hate from both sides immediately, right? The Ethereum people would call me a Bitcoin maxi, and then the Bitcoin maxi would call me a shitcoiner, right? Um, and it's those things, right? When you realize when both people attack you in the opposite way, you realize that they're not, it's not a valid. Um, it's an emotional thing. It's an identity thing. It's a cult thing. And I think what the whole, and again, I was never a cypherpunk, but like I kind of like got into it once Bitcoin came out. The idea of coding is that for good is that you don't, it doesn't matter where you're from. You just read the code, right? and consensus on the code is all that matters. And the cult is something that comes around when people don't have that foundation. So what happened so that's one of those. I believe I could take each, and we could go on. I could talk 4 hours for each topic, and there's like tons of topics here. But each one of these comes from a fundamental core misunderstanding of whether game theory or Bitcoin or what happened before Bitcoin and what I think Bitcoin is, a lot of people showed up and they didn't know anything about computer science or software engineering or innovation, and they understood Bitcoin, right? And they thought, oh, this is the most amazing thing ever, and nothing could happen afterwards, right? And nothing happened before. This is just a one-off, right? And this is my new worldview, and that's what created Lightning. That's what created, the Lightning FUD and the shitcoin FUD, and and the reason why I'm taking some responsibility is because we needed. So when I say we, coders, experts, subject matter experts, right? There was a war. There was a fork war. People were trying to fork off, and they were trying to fire core, and we needed help. So we invited, the plebs, the normies, and we gave them one-liners and made it easy to understand to fight. And then they never left, and they took control. So we kind of invited the war, right, in 2017. We invited I don't want to knock anyone, but just because you make a meme doesn't mean it's like, there's a lot of nuance behind it, right? Like, for example, I've never ever said anything about 21 million, right? 21 million is not core to Bitcoin, right? If we all wanted to change it to 44 million, that would be fine, right? It's not core to Bitcoin. What's core to Bitcoin is consensus of the people trying to make peer-to-peer electronic cash, right, using code and distributed systems. And
I guess what you mean is that the 21 million cap is not in the white paper, because
right.
I think on Bitcoin.org there was a mention about the supply and how it's gonna get distributed, and I think it was Hal Finney at one point who talked about all the world's money coming into Bitcoin and what that would mean in terms of price, and he appealed to the supply. But there was also BIP 42, which was applied by Pieter Wuille, if I'm not mistaken, and it was on the 1st of April, so some people are confused whether or not that's a joke. But he said he fixed a loop in the code, which basically, after 2140, which is the year when the last piece of inflation will have been mined as part of this 21 million, the schedule was gonna start over from 50 bitcoins per block.
Nice. What? He said that?
I
would have if he didn't fix it.
He fixed it.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's BIP 42. People can
First
look
of
it
all,
up.
I mean, this is actually my least interesting take. But first of all, the number is not 21 million. It's some like 20,900,000 blah blah blah, right? It's not. I don't think it's exactly 21 million, right?
No, because some coins were lost.
No, even if they weren't lost, I still don't think it's exactly 21 million. I think it's a halving, right? I think it just happens to be, right? And I do believe that it was a mistake. I think there should have been tail admissions, right? But for example, one of the reasons why we're here today is because I believe is because of the FUD of, what do you call it? Minor
extracted value, like MEV.
No, I'm talking about like needing fees, once we run out of subsidy, right?
Oh, the security budget.
The security budget. I think that's complete FUD. I think that's something that people could grab onto and say, this is the reason why we're doing this, because it helps the security budget, right? Meanwhile, okay, so my core story is that I was on the side of obviously I was against Ethereum. I thought Ethereum was terrible for a technical reason, right? Not any other reason. It was a technical reason. And the technical reason is the same reason why op return doesn't need more than 80 bytes, right? It's because there's blockchain smart contracts itself is an anti-pattern, right? The reason why Bitcoin works because Bitcoin was designed for one thing and one thing only, was peer-to-peer electronic cash and mostly double spend prevention, right? That was the innovation. And there's game theory, it requires everyone running it to be on the same page, wanting to use this for money. Double spends are no good, right? Double spends are the worst thing that happened to money. And the game theory of everyone running it with the miners, at least from 2010 to 2014, right? With the decentralized mining on CPU, right? The blockchain or the system itself would achieve the goals, right? If you wanted to make a system that does something else, you should design it for that particular thing. Now, let me give you an example. The mistake that putting a VM on the blockchain, right? Which means, what does it mean? It means that somehow the system made for what was it made for? It was made for double spend prevention, not necessarily double spend prevention, but double spend choosing. So if there's the same money spent twice, it doesn't matter which one is correct. We just want to all agree which one's correct. And we say, how do we know, right? How do we know which one of these double spends is correct? We say, why don't we just randomly choose one, and we all going to agree which one it is. How do we do that? Is we have a distributed random sample of people mining, and one of them gets to choose the 10 minutes which one of the double spends. So, but each one is mutually exclusive. And when we say censorship resistant, what that means is that imagine the worst person in the world, Hitler himself, right, was doing something that everybody was against, right? And he was using Bitcoin, right? Even he would able to accept Bitcoin just like $100 bills, just like a pile of gold, because, right, he just had to wait six blocks, right? And his Bitcoin is good. Even if the entire world is against you, they still can't revert your coins, right? It's censorship resistance in the sense where it's final, right? Waiting six blocks. Now, I could get into a lot of things. I could get into ZeroConf now, but it's only that guy who's really concerned about censorship that needs to wait those 6 blocks. Otherwise, we could all just use ZeroConf and it's fine, right? The game theory works 90% of the time. And this is, I'm off track here, but what I wanted to talk about, what was I talking about? Yeah, the Civil War. Oh yeah, op return. Okay, Ethereum. Okay, so now if you say, okay, we're gonna have a virtual machine and we're gonna have smart contracts. And what does that mean? It means you could do anything on a virtual machine, right? So somehow, if we're able to do anything using the same technique that Bitcoin did, right? Why would that work? And my theory was it obviously didn't work, and I could give you an example right now, right? You know the game rock, paper, scissors?
Who doesn't?
Okay. So if Ethereum could do anything, or if a virtual machine could do anything, let's take the most simple game, right? Rock, paper, scissors, and we're going to put it on the blockchain. So go ahead. You go first. Sign a message, say rock, paper, scissors, and I will sign a message, rock, paper, scissors. Go ahead. So make believe you're sending a message in the blockchain, pick rock, paper, scissors, and then I'll do the same. For $1,000, go. What are you going to say? Rock, paper, scissors.
Paper.
I say scissors.
Right, because of the delay.
So literally the most basic gambling game in the world is completely broken. It just can't work in blockchain.
Well, you could if you had some sort of privacy.
Right. Okay, so exactly. So we should design a system specifically for rock, paper, scissors, and it would work better. Now, what is happening? So this is MEV. This is like the most simple understanding of what MEV is. So take the game of rock, paper, scissors, make it very, very complex and obfuscated, and you have AMMs. And you have DeFi.
Which is automated market makers.
Yeah. So this is the front running. This is the problem. I like to say, if you could do anything on blockchain, you can't do anything, right? What could you do? What could you do? What could you do on Ethereum? You could do anything you want, which means you can't do anything because the blockchain itself doesn't provide any security for anything, each particular smart contract, right? So what I would say is that was why I was against it, because I came from Wall Street. I came from high frequency trading, right? There we're spending tens of millions of dollars hiring the smartest people in the world to try to get a little advantage. And now they're giving us this blockchain that is just free money, right? And all you have to do is make a complicated protocol, right? And call it, what do they call it? The meme things, right? On Solana. And every single trade that happens, it's just, people are just printing money. These aren't fees. This is just, it's just broken. It's just literally broken, right? So what I like to say is, the MEV or exchange is the double spend for money, right? It's like, imagine, double spends were happening all the time and it wasn't solved. It's like, oh, we'll have a workaround. No, that means that it didn't work. That means this design of Bitcoin is broken. Someone needs to solve double spends, right? So this whole thing was designed for one particular thing. And if you want to do something else, you need to design something else. And what happened was, so that's why I was against Ethereum, right? But eventually, you know, like things started happening on top and it wasn't as bad. And what is it that Ethereum does today? Or what, again, today, when I say today, I'm really talking 2019, right? So the last 5 years, I don't really, Ethereum scales Bitcoin. That's what it does, right? It is the scaling solution, right? Because we had a civil war, right? And we brought in all these people to help us fight it because, Roger Ver was trying to fire core, right? As much as what's his name is a weirdo, Luke was a weirdo. Like, he was a C++ coder, and he had a solution that would give us. It was a block size increase. It did give us more space. And then what happened after the split? All the coders went back to work, right? To try to create that side chain to figure out if we could actually scale Bitcoin, right? Because obviously Lightning was not the solution, and we could get into that in a little bit. So what happened? What happened was, at some point we all realized, there is no two-way peg possible, right? So there is no solution. So we did SegWit. Now we realize there's no solution. So what came out of it? We got APO, we got OpsCTV, right? All the coders spent all this time trying to say, okay, we had a civil war. We said we're going to scale. Now we're trying, and we realize we hit a wall. There's no two-way peg. So obviously we need we need a bigger block, right? But we did find something. We found OpsCTV, right? OpsCTV was the one thing that we found, and that could have been, right, the beginning of the solution. We had full consensus on it. And what happened? I don't want to like drop names, but what happened was, some of the top influencers just like poo-pooed the idea, for various reasons, actually for no reason. People like even Andreas and Adam Back himself. So to me, right, how do you deal with a situation when you have no leaders and there is no like there is no like cult. There shouldn't be a cult, right? You have what's called consensus of the software engineers, of the experts. And the consensus of the experts, right, was that this C++ code, this BIP 119, should be merged, and it is Bitcoin. And then once we get that, then we could bring in all the plebs, and then we could do this stuff, and then we could do all that, right? So to me, that was the original sin, and that's where we are today, because we didn't merge OpsCTV 6 years ago. And I think Bitcoin is, I don't think the current Bitcoin is the actual Bitcoin. I think it's Bitcoin plus BIP 119. And yeah, so here we are today. Mempools are empty. And I would say the worst thing that Core ever did was full RBF. So if there was like a toxic war against Core, it should have been full RBF. Literally, RBF is fundamental thing that breaks money is double spends, and the core protocol of Bitcoin should not be broadcasting double spends at all.
Yeah, interesting take. I want to explore that, but let me present two of the sponsors which are actually contextual to your conversation. First and foremost, which is very relevant because you know the guy, Layer 2 Labs, CEO Paul Stortz is sending his regards to you.
Paul.
And he's still trying to build the two-way pegged sidechain, which is called the Drive Chain. He has the software that's running on the Bitcoin Signet right now. You can go to layer2labs.com/download and you find the Signet version of his Thunder sidechain, which is a big block sidechain. His Z-Side sidechain, which is a fork of Zcash that's used for fungibility. His Bit Asset sidechain, which is for Namecoin kind of stuff. His ETH-Side sidechain, which is for degenerate gambling or meme coins or whatever you want to do with the Ethereum design. And he also has a prediction market. So he has the code. He's just trying to get it across. Basically, he created this concept that's called the Core Untouched soft fork, which is a way to activate soft forks without Core, which involves negotiating with miners. Right now, it doesn't seem like the miners need this yet. Like they don't
What's
care.
What's the URL?
Layer2labs.com.
So this is BIP 300, right?
Yeah, layer TWO, not to the number. Yeah, anyway, they're sponsoring the show and I'm a big fan. And Litecoin seems to be interested in activating this. They're having an internal conversation and there's some testing going on. To me, this is what Bitcoin maximalism, like in its purest form, is about. You're maximizing what Bitcoin can do, and you're bringing everything interesting to Bitcoin using the Bitcoin economy.
Right. So again, I may be like saying things that kind of against a lot of things. But then what happened was, so then shitcoins happened, shitcoiner, everything's a scam, right? Everything that's not Bitcoin is a scam. And then all of a sudden one day, Bitcoin and Lightning is kosher, but everything else is a scam. I'm like, no, Lightning is not Bitcoin. So if everything that's not Bitcoin is a scam, then Lightning's a scam. If Lightning's not a scam, then everything else is okay. And we have to look at each project individually. But then at some point, all of a sudden, we're like, okay, Ethereum's a scam, but Ethereum on Bitcoin is not a scam. It's like, if Ethereum on Bitcoin is a good thing, then Ethereum itself is a good thing, because I know for a fact that Ethereum scales Bitcoin. I could even walk you through how it works, right? I've seen it firsthand, right? Actually on the floor, right? Independent of how it evolved and the pre-mine and all that, right? If you're saying if smart contracts on Bitcoin is the solution, then you're saying it's not a scam, right? But I like drive chains. I mean, it took me a while to get there. I think drive chains is fine. I don't think it actually uses Bitcoin for security, but that's a separate thing. That's why I think it's okay, because it doesn't affect miner incentives.
Yeah, and the other sponsor, which is also interesting for this context, is called Citrea, Citrea. And they are an optimistically verified ZK rollup that's coming to Bitcoin later this year. This one doesn't require any kind of soft fork to go on mainnet. What it does basically is bring Ethereum to Bitcoin.
Nice.
Everything that is built on Ethereum is going to be available on Bitcoin, and it uses the Bitcoin network as a data availability layer, which means that it inscribes ZK proofs on the blockchain for the purpose of operating this layer 2. It's going to be the first of its kind, and honestly, the way in which they pitch it is that they're trying, first of all, to get some liquidity from Ethereum, which right now is doing WBTC. That's actually custodied by BitGo and not very trust minimized. You actually have to trust BitGo that they're not going to censor your transactions or confiscate your funds. Secondly, they're trying to bring all of these DeFi services to Bitcoin, which is borrowing and lending and everything that institutions like BlockFi used to do, but on a protocol instead of a company. And thirdly, something which I find interesting is that you can also run a fork of Tornado Cash, which might be the best kind of privacy that Bitcoin can get for a while. Anyway, the URL is citrea.xyz, and they will be launching later this year, and they are the reason behind, or part of the reason behind the up return war that we recently saw, because the core developers said, well, instead of putting these guys to inscribe data in a way that bloats the UTXO set, we can let them use up return, and that one is actually prunable from nodes, so it minimizes the damage. And then people said, well, they're trying to destroy the soul and the spirit of Bitcoin. It's not going to be Bitcoin anymore if we let Ethereum come to Bitcoin. We should gatekeep this and stop these people from using what we like to refer to as a permissionless network. Anyway, my show is pretty aspirational because I promote stuff that maybe is going to come and improve the current state of Bitcoin. Is this the first time you hear about Citrea?
So is this so I just want to say that everything I'm saying and all my negativity about all these projects, I'm coming from 2019. In 2025, I have a whole different view, right? So it's all good. But is this the one that needed the bigger op return?
Yeah.
Okay, but they didn't need
they don't need it. It's just that
they just needed like 95 bytes, right? Was that the story?
They don't need this. So that's what's wrong about this whole story. They don't need this. They can just use inscriptions.
No, I understand. But even if they wanted to use op return, they only needed like 95 bytes, right?
I gotta look it up, but I think so.
112 or something. I think, yeah. It's funny because, yeah, although I think I'm against the op return change. But I'm not, it's not such a big deal to create a war over. I think that's kind of dumb.
Yeah. I mean, for myself, as someone who wants Bitcoin to succeed, I see this as a use case that's going to bring a lot of users to Bitcoin, to the Bitcoin economy, to actually use Bitcoin in a self-custodial way, not going to these ETFs or not trusting custodians. I think the Lightning Network is what opened Pandora's Gate. Just like you said that RBF introduced the double spend, the Lightning Network
works by using double spends as well. Let's be clear.
Also, the Lightning Network is responsible for making it normal for people to use custodians, because we started out saying, well, it's difficult to run a node, so if you have like $5 or $10 in a custodial wallet, it's fine. And then people became comfortable with it, and they said, why should I bother? And then someone came up with the concept of the LSP, which is the Lightning Service Provider, which means that you open your channels with somebody else's infrastructure and they take fees for routing your transactions, but you're giving up on your privacy and you're giving up on some of your rights that you would have if you ran your own node. So
right. So how did it happen? I mean, I'll ask you, how did it happen where you have like post Civil War, you have like toxic, or you have like a cult Bitcoin maxis, right? Anti Bitcoin maxis and Bitcoin only. Remember Bitcoin only? Anything centralized was a scam. My fiat was a scam. Bitcoin only, Bitcoin only, Bitcoin. And then all of a sudden it was Bitcoin plus Lightning, right? Somehow Lightning became Bitcoin. How did that happen? Why wouldn't they say, oh, Lightning is also like a scam, right? Because it's not Bitcoin, right? Just like, Counterparty or anything else that was using Bitcoin, right? And what happened? I believe what happened is um, there's a logic that people had, where somehow know that I could on my own, right, exit the Lightning Network to get into Bitcoin, right? With this game of double spend, right? This game of the watchtowers, right? Watchtowers where, um, as long as somebody's watching the network, if someone tries to steal your Lightning, you could jump ahead of them and take their money or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So that was the second logical connection that happened to, let's just say, normies, right? Or the cult of Bitcoin. So then they're like, okay, I know that, wow, this is a second idea. Now I understood Bitcoin. Now I understand this is basically Bitcoin because I'm in control and I know, I could always get it back. And right. But that's not the case. Lightning is not Bitcoin. Never was Bitcoin. And even if it was Bitcoin, it's still only a small use case of Bitcoin, right? I mean, Lightning doesn't use proof of work. And also you have a state explosion, and also you always have to be online. It's a different story. It's a different network. It's not a negative. It's not a positive. It's just a layer 2. And what happened was you have this hardcoreness of like Bitcoin only and Lightning, but no shitcoins. And what is a shitcoin? There's no definition of a shitcoin. It's just other, right? It's an other. And then slowly but surely, other things that are getting into the tent, right? Everything else is a scam unless these like lowest common denominator retards get, allow this thing in. And that's why you end up at the Bitcoin conference. You don't invite Vitalik, but you have president of the United States saying Bitcoin, crypto, and others. And then the next year it's all, stablecoin, which is fiat running on Ethereum, right? At the Bitcoin Maxi conference, and then all the tickets being sold at every single toxic Maxi conference are sold in USDs, right? So it just got so out of whack, right? Where it's
But
almost every
it's fine, Jay, because it's Gresham's law, right? You're not supposed to spend your Bitcoin. You never sell your Bitcoin. You just accumulate more of it, and then you borrow fiat money against it, and that's how you succeed. That's what Michael Saylor told us. That's what Jimmy Song says you should pay with your credit card.
Silver, right? Of course, it's another one of these things that makes no sense, right? Gresham's law had to do with physical silver. It has nothing to do with, I hear what you're saying. The good news is that we're kind of back in 2007, right? We have TradFi. Bitcoin is TradFi. This is the current financial system, right? Crypto, and we need a new movement, right? We need a new cypherpunk movement to break out of this system that we're in, which is crypto / Bitcoin. And the crazy part is, I'm shitting on Bitcoin when it's making new highs today, right? We always knew that Bitcoin was going to go to $1 million. That was never the question. The question is it working as money? And the mempool is still at it's 1 sat per byte. And that's like that's the problem. We forgot the scale. We had, right, OpsCTV could have been like, we should have done OpsCTV plus a 2x, right? Or even more block size increase. And, instead of having millions and millions and millions of currencies, we could have had Bitcoin being used. And the wallets were made incorrectly because of this, right? Because of another FUD, the FUD of ZeroConf, right? And then, okay, so fees are too high. Although fees are not high, so I don't know why anyone's complaining, right? Like it used to be people are against ordinals because the fees were too high, but there are no fees. And if you want to kick out order, you want to do a filter, get people to use Bitcoin as money, and ordinals will be dead. right? Because it's too expensive. The relative cost to putting a JPEG, and you could have just used op return hashes, and you could do anything. And that's exactly, I think, what is that what BIP 300 is? I think so. It's just a hash, right? It's just a single hash of the state. It's not even op return. It's in the actual block, right?
Anyway, I just want to acknowledge while you're searching for an answer that we have some people talking in the chat. And I want to say hello to Dollar Crypto. He says, meme is math and privacy, not idolatry and dogma. And there's someone called Stakamoto who keeps teasing me on Twitter. And he keeps saying this, and I'm gonna read out this question. Maybe I should put it on the screen because it's so funny. I don't even know how we ended up here, but we sort of bred this generation of Bitcoiners who think like this, and it's fine to think like this, and I don't know what's happening. So this guy said on Twitter, basically on the live stream chat, why does Vlad platform these genocidal Zionists? Double question mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a waste of time.
And Patrick Dugan said, Jay isn't a genocidal Zionist, he's a liberal Jewish guy from Berkeley.
Well, from Brooklyn originally, yeah.
This is where we're at. This is the level of discourse and conversation that we're having.
Yeah, no, it's definitely ugly because people made their entire lives, their identity being toxic on Twitter regarding Bitcoin, right? And it takes a lot to break out of it. So, the first time someone calls you a shitcoiner, it doesn't feel good, but eventually, it becomes it's the way out. But yeah, originally Bitcoin was mostly progressive coders, liberal progressive coders, back in 2010, and it really there was none of this like politics involved. It was right. It was just solving a problem. But yeah, I guess I don't know. Yeah, I don't need to respond to like Zionist stuff. I have no opinion on that.
And there's this guy Plastic who said, hello Vlad and Jay, show me the money and blockchain will fix it. Vlad, you're a word manipulator. Maxi to maximize is not a thing, I guess. That's what he meant. Everyone is a scammer, show me the money. He mentioned join market and coin joins as privacy, probably around the time when I said that Citrea can give us a copy of Tornado Cash. And I gotta say that they're very different. I mean, Tornado Cash is actually better in some ways. And he called me cheap, said sorry to say so, bring a lot of sats, your custody Vlad, cut the bullshit, you're a propagandist. I'm gonna switch it off for now and I'll show it once again when more comments are coming. I replied by saying I'm a fake plastic propagandist, like reference to Radiohead, fake plastic trees. Anyway, I'm a nerd. This is where we're at because we can have this conversation and we can bring back the spirit of 2010 and explain what it was like and how we ended up here. But the people who are not there are gonna be in denial and say it was never like that. You don't know anything. I know much better than you. Show me how rich you are, because apparently this is the only way in which you can prove to them that you're worth anything or that your opinion should be taken into consideration.
I don't even know who them is anymore, because now we have a new civil war, right? So which side are we? Which side's the them?
Yeah, anyway, we have a very interesting question from Julian. Let me put this back on the screen. But before that, let me present the ad for Bitcoin.com news, which, interestingly, for the development of the block size wars, is now orange. Orange. It's not green anymore. They don't promote Bitcoin Cash. They promote BTC. They changed their team. They changed everything. I think also the ownership has changed. The CEO is someone new. And I gotta be honest, they have some pretty good coverage of news, which I like. It's not as US centric as Bitcoin Magazine, and it's not as institutional centric as Coindesk. It's somewhere in between, and sometimes you find gems from other parts of the world, from other markets which are maybe not directly connected to Bitcoin, but respond to geopolitical events just like Bitcoin, for example, gold or silver or oil. And they also cover some of the interesting shitcoins that maybe you're gonna discover and be like, huh, this isn't just a meme coin, this isn't just another copy of Bitcoin, it's something that does something else. Like, I remember reading about Caspa on Bitcoin.com, and I think that's an entirely different beast, which is interesting, but I don't understand it very well, even though I interviewed some of the guys involved in it. And they also cover Zcash, Monero, stuff that we can agree that is not a scam. So check out news.bitcoin.com. And thank you guys for sponsoring the show. And now let me read Julian's comment, which was, chill out and tell us how CTV fixes all our problems instead.
Okay. All right. So we had a war, right, for scaling Bitcoin. Everyone agreed that we needed to scale, right? There was fees were too high, and we decided against a block size increase because we wanted to first, before we do a hard fork, we wanted to squeeze out as much as possible and see if there's other solutions, right? So we had the soft fork. We did SegWit. Then we went to work trying to figure out a solution for layer 2 scaling. And we hit a wall, but after all the work, right, we came up, there was a solution, right? OpCTV. It's a simple, low level C++ an enhancement to Bitcoin, right? That has no negative effects, doesn't change anything about Bitcoin. And it was a no-brainer, just merge it, right? So it was just a merge request, just another piece of code. There's tons and tons of code, right, that gets updated to Bitcoin every day. It just happens to be that it touches consensus, right? I think this, okay, so what happened? We brought in all these toxics to fight the war for us. They never left. And then Taproot, right? So then Taproot soft fork comes, and we have these review teams, right? So you bring in all these non-devs making believe they're reviewing Taproot in these rooms, looking at the code when they've never looked at code before, and no one actually went deep into Taproot. I actually did go deep into Taproot. I actually had a knack for Taproot. I said that Taproot, all it does is it helps multi-sig for corporations, and it's not I think it's too big of an undertaking for such a small achievement. You're just removing a couple of bytes from multi-sigs that no end user really uses, and I think it's out of scope, and it's not worth the risk, right? But the people the toxics, the people that they were all about it, and then they felt burned for when ordinals happened, right? So no, never again. Then they went ossification, right? So right, OpCTV was the result of this top devs, right, coming up with a simple enhancement that helps scale Bitcoin. What does it do? It scales Bitcoin in time versus space, right? So think blocks are full, fees are high, but sometimes fees are low, sometimes fees are high. So when I send you a Bitcoin, right, what if the sending and the receiving happens doesn't have to happen instantly, right? So I could receive it when I want, and you could send it when you want. And when do I want to receive it? I want to receive it when fees are low, but I want you to send it now and receive it later. That's what OpCTV did. It's just a simple, genius piece of code that should have been merged, should have been pushed through. But when you have something like that, you ask the subject matter experts for an objection, right? This is how you find consensus. Give me an objection, and right, once you go through all the objections, there are no more objections. It has consensus, and that's what happened. There has been zero objections to OpCTV for the past 5-6 years. Zero, not one. Not one objection, which
I
means
think
it
there
had.
was one from Andresen who said you can use this for basically stealing coins, for locking them away.
Yeah, no, it's not the case. You could do whatever you could do with Bitcoin. You could do it with CTV. It's just Bitcoin script.
But something interesting happened, and I just want to put this here for the record. If you go to the Cult of the Covenant Telegram chat, which is where CTV is being discussed, 3 years ago, Adam Back joined the group, and at the time it seemed like CTV was getting momentum and it's going through the BIP process. And he presented every piece of FUD along the way. And when that one got debunked, he said, "You don't have consensus for this. This is not how you activate a BIP." He personally created so much chaos and brought with himself all the space monkeys and podcasters who are cheering for him. And after that, it never really recovered.
That was it, right? All we needed, there was a moment that all Adam Back had to say was, you know what? I have no opinion and take a step back. He just had to not say something negative, and it would have gone through. And I'm not saying it would have changed. It would have. It's like the end all be all, but it was the beginning of like a path towards actual solutions, for scaling Bitcoin. It was the beginning, and it wasn't. It's not. And a lot of people like, why do CTV? I want APO. I want cat. Whatever. Right? But like this one was already built, reviewed, coded, ready to be merged. Right? And that this one was up. It was time. And it got poo-pooed by the by some of the big names, and why? Because there was no money behind it, and I think that's also a mistake, right? We should have raised money behind it, but that's like water under the bridge. This is like 6 years ago, right? Then we had to do the BIP again. So imagine, right? You come up with a piece of code, took a lot of time and effort and review, and then it's a merge request. It doesn't get merged in. It gets stale, right? So all that work goes to waste. And then we try to do it again with another merge request, right? At some point, it's just not worth it. So turns out what gets merged in, things that have a backing of some corporation with a business model, like Taproot.
No, I disagree with you here because, for example, Opcat has more backing and has more money behind it, but the opposition for it was much stronger. The Opcat people actually had money. They paid the Taproot wizards to promote some of the use cases and say they can do zero knowledge proofs. The Taproot wizards really fucked up. Like, they had a very simple task to reintroduce something that Satoshi actually created and was neutered so that it doesn't cause the same concerns that Satoshi had when he removed it. And it was backed by Blockstream, and it was backed by a bunch of powerful actors in the space. And still that one failed. It never went anywhere. And I do believe there was competition between CTV and Opcat at one point.
Yeah.
And whenever Opcat came into the scene, there was more money behind it and there was more attention that it was getting, and people forgot about CTV for a while. And then people started coming with other proposals that were along the lines of CTV, like any prev out, which I think...
any prev out API or any prev out is fine.
Or TX hash or LNHance, or there were a bunch of them.
You can't get past the fact. The fact of the matter is that CTV was ready to go, had consensus, and it is Bitcoin. And it used to be the truth mattered, especially when it comes to code, like the actual ground level truth matter, right? And in the back of everyone's mind, even if you're trying to push Opcat, right? Like, what happened to CTV? Like, it doesn't make sense. Opcat to me was almost like the original fork war, right? Opcat was the Roger Ver, a simple, easy change, one liner, right? Pop out, right? I don't think, yeah. And this also goes to, I think, op return is kind of the result of, it's kind of the Opcat story, right? Where doing other things on top of Bitcoin For what reason again? Again, is this because of the security budget? Like, what's the reason? What happened to peer-to-peer electronic cash again? What does that have to do with OpCat? I'm not sure exactly. It's obvious that we should have 2x by now, and and things like CTV, and then IPO, and then eventually OpCat, and all these things. That's fine, but it's it should be to try. Should have been. Again, this is the past. Remember, like this is all water under the bridge. It's too late for any of this stuff. It's over, right? So maybe we should just skip to what to do today. But I'm building something that actually is a fundamental solution to a problem using distributed systems, like a side chain, and it has nothing. It's not like on Bitcoin, in Bitcoin. It's just its own thing. And I think when we're talking about Bitcoin itself, it should be what Bitcoin is for, which was what it was for, which is peer-to-peer electronic cash. And now Bitcoin is kind of the rock around this whole crypto industry. So there's nothing wrong with doing things in crypto, right? Especially if it's ECDSA using the same keys, right? It's no big deal. It's still the same technology. So yeah, I think the morals are all out the window now. It's a new world. On the one hand, it's positive in that way, where anything goes at this point, as long as obviously if you're not, I don't know, probably has to be said, but scamming is obviously wrong, right? Manipulation of people is wrong. But somehow these things got a long time ago. These things got conflated, right? With OneCoin versus Ethereum, right? Completely different stories, right? And this is why I always had a problem with shitcoin. Is there was never a definition. It was just them versus us. And who's us? Well, whoever we let in the tent. And who do we let in the tent? Well, if you have a lot of money, you get in the tent. Doesn't matter what you've done. Like Elon Musk, right? Dogecoin, that's fine. You get in the tent, and then we'll let Lightning in, and then we have to come up with a new reason, a new separation. So what is it? It's what do they call it? The ability to exit, unilateral exit, trust minimization, right? That's all, that's all the same thing. It's either it's on-chain Bitcoin or it's not on-chain Bitcoin, and everything else that's not on-chain Bitcoin needs to be, evaluated independently, not just thrown into a whole thing because you did an ICO, right? Nothing wrong with an ICO. ICO is just at this point, it's just the equity play, right? I mean, an exit is suggest. So at the end of the day, it's a lot of these things happen from foundational FUD, zero conf, Lightning, blockchain works for virtual machines and all that stuff, right? And that's where we got here today. And now there's another war, which I don't really care about either side at this point. And yeah, I think we have to forget about this whole. Sorry to say, the Bitcoin community is not what people think it is. The Bitcoin community is the crypto shitcoin community. Sorry I had to say that, but that's what it is.
Oh, that's the hottest take of them all. Anyway, let me present the last two ads, and then we can have a free-flowing conversation also with the responses that were posted in the chat, which I think are interesting. So thank you, Julian and Body, for being here. I'm gonna address your questions in a moment. So I'm gonna leave SideShift last because it's the one that looks like the SidePit branding. And no offense to SideShift, I love them. But it's just personal to you that at one point we discussed about having this interview last year, I think. And you said, wait a second, are you sponsored by SideShift? And I said, yeah. Why does their logo look just like SidePit? And I don't have an answer for that. I think it's been like that since 2019 or whatever. Anyway, weird coincidence. NoOnes.com is a peer-to-peer marketplace that aims to empower the global south. CEO of NoOnes, Ray Youssef, is known for being a co-founder of Paxful and also left Paxful when it became corrupt. And he decided that now he wants to focus on onboarding the people who actually need to be part of this revolution. So if you go to NoOnes and you start trading on their spot marketplace or spot exchange, sorry, or their peer-to-peer marketplace, you're actually giving liquidity to the people from Nigeria, from the Middle East, from South America, who are users there and who are hustling to also sell the coins to their local communities, and so on and so forth, in a system that Ray Youssef calls everyone gets a seat at the table and everyone eats. No one also has a debit card that you can use for spending if you're Jimmy Song or whatever. Not judging here. If you do like using the Visa network to spend your Bitcoin, you can do that. It's noones.com. Check it out. I think you can even buy gift cards if you want to support these people who are hustling for a living. And last but not least, there is SideShift, which once again has a similar branding to SidePit and also has side in the name. I don't know exactly what's the coincidence here, but there is a big difference because SideShift is this swapping service where you can exchange something that you have for something that you really want. For example, if someone pays you in stable coins and you want to actually get Bitcoin or Litecoin or whatever is out there, Trump coin, Melania coin, you put your address for the wallet that is gonna collect the coins that you want, and then you make a payment of the coins that you don't want. There's gonna be a swap for which there's a lot of liquidity and the fees are low. Not available in the US, but wink wink, there are ways you can circumvent censorship. And yeah, the URL is SideShift, which is sideshift.io. Check it out and don't hold too many stable coins in a bull market. Actual financial advice. Now let's look at the chat because some more comments have been posted. Buddy says, I always liked Jay. Vlad is okay. Nice rhyme there. And Plastic says, I admit I'm a bit retard with property rights because we sort of made fun of the fact that he wants us to show how many coins we own. And for him, it's a proof of stake system where you must say, well, my opinion matters because I hold a lot of Bitcoin. Probably a Michael Saylor fan. And Buddy says, I was all on board with toxic maximalism until the plebs, and he used quotation marks for plebs, openly gave up on self-custody Lightning. And this is something that I see a lot of lately, with people who really believed that Lightning was gonna be the one solution, which I also did like 4 or 5 years ago. And I used to run a node and I was connecting to peers and I was thinking I'm revolutionizing finance and I'm showing these shitcoiners that this is the correct way to scale. And then I lost a lot of money doing this because I was not routing transactions as expected. And the costs of maintaining this were pretty high because I had to open channels and rebalance and stuff like this. And then one day my node just died and I didn't feel like putting it together again. I was like, it was just an interesting experiment. I don't feel like I need to keep this running. It hasn't really brought me any benefits other than virtue signaling with people and making friends with people on Telegram. And I did realize that, of course, this cannot scale. And just because the Peter Todd argument to this is, well, look at the mempool right now, the fees are low, and therefore it scales because you can use it. But of course, not everyone who needs Bitcoin is able to use it at the moment when they want. And they're gonna end up being censored by custodians and exchanges and ETFs and whatever. Or rugged even, because they can buy paper Bitcoin that is not backed by anything. So it's unfortunate that you run into this realization that no matter how hard you try, even the Lightning Network paper tells you that you need like 100 megabyte blocks or something. I think it's 128.
Think about Lightning. Lightning scales one particular utility of Bitcoin. It was never going to scale Bitcoin itself. And the truth is that anything that's not on-chain Bitcoin just is not Bitcoin, right? So going back to the original, everything else is a shitcoin. Everything else is just not Bitcoin. It's not possible to make Bitcoin. Like it's not, right? so anything that uses Bitcoin is going to have, it's going to have a something that's not ideal, right? So, there's going to be some issues, and the thing, so Lightning happened to be one that matches with self custody and self sovereignty, but it can't do other things. And I think coming back to OpCTV, I remember as like right when we were like about to get that final approval from, the talking heads, I think it was Guacamo, is that his name? Right.
I call him Guacamole Tsukola.
What was his objection? And this was just finally like to put the nail in it. His objection, he said something to the point of, we just have so much, we're just working really hard. It's too much to do for Lightning, right? We just don't have time for this right now. Like it's going to take too much mind share. Like that was his objection to OpCTV. Lightning, working on Lightning Network. And that kind of like just sums the whole thing up, right? Like an actual solution, like not an actual like thing that's actually finally going to help scale Bitcoin. It's because he didn't have the mind share because they're working on Lightning. And yeah, that was a shame. But yeah, so I don't know. What do you want to talk about now?
It is very unfortunate. I looked at the Lightning white paper, by the way, and it does say 133 megabytes per block if this was to scale to Visa levels that were measured in 2016 or whenever this paper got published. Now I'm pretty sure that Visa processes more transactions than it did back then. And we're partially responsible because Bitcoin had sort of an edge when it came out. It had a much slicker experience than banking, and banking services caught up. Right now, you can argue that Venmo or Cash App or whatever it is that you might be using has a much nicer user experience than Bitcoin. And it's
Bitcoin
easier
user
to onboard
experience
people
is
to.
terrible because of it's literally because of the wallets were built. Again, another piece of FUD. Piece of FUD is that there's such a thing as confirmed and non-confirmed transaction. There's no such thing as binary confirmed. Right? Once you sign a valid Bitcoin message, as soon as you sign it, it's on a path towards finality, and it's never 100%. Right? One conf just means that it's a smaller probability of it getting double spent, right? And this idea that mempool Bitcoin is not good enough is insane. And first of all, almost every single time you use money, there's trust. First of all, what are you doing with the money? What are you getting back, right? Just because you're able to send money trustlessly, but you still want to get something in return, you still have to have trust. There's game theory in every single transaction. And on top of that, most of the time you're dealing with someone you intimately trust, like your friend, or even yourself, your own wallets, right? Sending money to yourself. There's no reason why you have to have the wallets have to wait for a confirmation in order to start spending it. Like all the stuff is just a shortcut because nobody wanted to deal with the mempool, right? Nobody wanted to deal with the fact if I'm sending Bitcoin from my wallet to somebody, that software should know that I spent it, whether or not it's ever got into a block or, like I sent it, the wallet should be like, okay, this is already spent, right? And it should go there, right? And you should be able to have stuff like sending it to yourself could be, should stay in the mempool for as long as you want, right? And maybe eventually, if you need to like maybe respend it, then maybe to deal with the wallets, you could do the RBF or parent pays for child, all that stuff. So the reason why Bitcoin doesn't work is because nothing was built correctly, right? The wallets were not built for the real world. They were built for the extreme case where, where you're dealing with like a hostage situation where the person's going to double spend on you and it's $1 million transaction for like, terrorist situation, the extreme version of not trusting someone that's going to double spend. But 90% of the time, there's game theory, there's trust in every single transaction with money. And if you sign a valid Bitcoin transaction, you give it to that person, independent of whether or not the miners picked it up or broadcasted it, it's a valid transaction. Like that was the whole idea, right? And but none of this was built correctly. So everything was built wrong, and that's why Bitcoin is unusable. So what happened? What happened was, and I know this for a fact, what happened is that crypto scaled Bitcoin, right? You're like, why? Well, let's just say crypto is worthless, but it may go to zero at any moment. But you could swap it to Bitcoin really fast, faster than you could fiat, right? So you'd rather be holding ETH than dollars if you ultimately want Bitcoin, because you could easily get in there. So it scales Bitcoin in that sense, where it's the same kind of technology. It's a way in if you want to go to that extreme. And that's then in that case, there are wallets that do what you need to do. There are wallets that have instant finality and stuff like that. And that's what's become Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's an interesting point of view. For the longest time, the explanation that I heard for waiting for one confirmation is that there's this concern that there's gonna be a 51% attack and your transaction is gonna get reorged.
Yeah, but that could happen after one. That could happen after one block.
Right. Or that the fee that you're paying is very low and maybe you're gonna have to wait a very long time until there's one confirmation.
What do you have to wait? If the wallets were smart enough, you wouldn't have to wait.
Oh, you mean if we had CTV?
No, you don't have to have CTV. Why do you have to wait for a confirmation? If what's the scenario? Let's walk through the scenario. What are you doing with the Bitcoin?
You're sending from point A to point B.
For what? Who's A and who's B?
A is yourself. B is maybe some online shop selling stuff.
Some online shop selling stuff. Okay. And what are you buying? Are they sending it to you in the mail?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're worried about them. You're worried about you double spending on them, right? So the issue is them having to deal with. They got the transaction. They already see it. They know it's legitimate. And so now the worry is that they are afraid that you're going to double spend on them.
Most likely.
What about you?
Yeah.
What about you being afraid that they're not going to send you the stuff? So even if that's the case, it's still better than every other digital currency, right? Because if you use the credit card, you could just call it a fraud, right? It turns out that humans don't actually do fraud with each other all the time, right? The game theory is not there. You want your thing delivered, right? Why would you even send your Bitcoin before you get your thing delivered? So actually, it's probably the best thing to do zero conf. They should actually say only zero conf, right? Because you're like, hey, I want to be able to double spend if you don't give me my stuff. So how about this? I send you a zero conf, right? And then once I get my stuff, then I'll push it, right? Maybe that's a better thing. So there's no reason why you need finality for there's still half trust happening. So that whole scenario doesn't even make sense, right? But even so, if they don't trust you at all, right, they could go spend that Bitcoin with a higher fee. So the reason why and here's the problem, Vlad, the reason why
basically you're saying that they could do a CPF fee, which is child pays for parent.
Right, of course. Your issue is this, Vlad, is that if it falls out of the mempool, your wallet now doesn't even know that you just spent that money. And you're going to unintentionally double spend on them without even knowing about it, right? Because you're not doing UTXO management. So this gets even worse. If you're sending your best friend or your grandmother some money, some Bitcoin, there's complete trust, right? You know exactly, like you even have her private key. Like it's basically yourself. But you still need to you still need to force the conf because you don't want to double spend by mistake. if you had the wallet that understood what you just did, that's already spent, right? That's spent. I spent it. It's out. I have my own UTXO set. Then your wallets, the next time you spend money, it won't double spend on your grandmother by mistake, right? So again, this is another example of the FUD that creates just bad technology and bad solutions in the space. This idea that there's a binary confirmed, right? That somehow, and you know what? One day, if there's a 2-block reorg, what happens then? Everything breaks. Literally everything breaks, because the entire system is based on, it's confirmed. It's not confirmed yet, right? So, it should, at the end of the day, like, even Satoshi, I mean, pay for IP, all the stuff, like, the block has really nothing to do with it. The block and the miners just has to do with double spend prevention. But if you're 100% sure that there's trust and there's no double spend happening, that doesn't have to happen. Okay, of course, OpCDV makes this explicit, right? OpCDV kind of makes it explicit, but it's still like, it's still fine. And again, so what happened was we didn't scale. We hit, like, what happened? We didn't scale. There was no room. Everything was too expensive. And then everyone stopped using Bitcoin, because why would I build on Bitcoin if fees are just going crazy, right? So the reason why nobody goes there, because it's too crowded. You know that famous saying, it's too crowded, nobody goes there, right? So that's what happened. It was too crowded, nobody went there. And then all of a sudden, nobody went there anymore. And that's why the mempool's empty, because it was full. So everyone started building somewhere else. And now no one's going to go build back on Bitcoin until there's a scaling solution, right? So literally, like, how could anyone say this thing's working when there's one Satoshi per byte and no one's using it? And of course, you have these subsidies happening every single 10 minutes. There's all this work being done. So yeah, of course, NFTs should happen. It's free, right? It's free access. You could do all this NFTs and ordinals. That's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't like ordinals or NFTs, yeah, just do payments, and the marginal, like, fees so much lower for payments that it will kick all the ordinals out forever, right? So the answer, I mean, this is the last war, I guess, the ordinals thing, right? It was always like, everyone was like, fees are so high because of the ordinals taking up the space. I'm like, no, it's not true. Fees are going to go, fees are, ordinals will take up any fees, right? Because there's no marginal utility to the bytes that could, for example, a transaction, a big peer-to-peer transaction could be $100 million worth, or it could be $10, the same number of bytes. The ordinals, it's that same, whatever that value is, it's that same value. It can never go more. So money will always take the cake and do it. But the reason why no one's uses it, because we hit this max, and then what do? So instead of solving the problem, we do RBF. Okay, that's fine. RBF seems cool, right? Though it's really not needed if you had better wallets. But then full RBF is literally what broke Bitcoin. The whole idea of Bitcoin is that we all agree that we're trying to solve peer-to-peer electronic cash, money. And the one thing that we needed to solve is double spend prevention. That means a double spend is the one thing that we just cannot allow to happen, right? So I could go, if you think like this whole porn thing is fraud, I would say it's fraudulent. If someone's trying to steal from me, it's fraudulent for you to help them steal from me. And if you consider a double spend fraud, right? I don't think Bitcoin Core should broadcast a fraud, right? Of course, it doesn't make sense in this world where we live in. All the double spends are no longer someone trying to do fraud with money, right? Like, literally, if you have $100 bill that's counterfeit, right? You're not going to have a community trying to help the counterfeiter run away. But the reason why it's okay now is because it's made for RBF. It's made to push your thing through to get into the one conf, right? So it's no longer considered a double spend, right? But I think, the RBF broke a lot of things, and now now there's no such thing as a mempool. There's no such thing as, I mean, all the theory that was written about Bitcoin about, half the world sees one transaction, half the world sees the other transaction, and we need the miners to do it, right? And you also you could have heuristics, right? You could have heuristics. You could look at a different block explorers. Once you see those transactions, you could know that there's no double spend happening, right? I mean, these are all loose ways of dealing with Bitcoin that all went away in theory with full RBF, and for no reason, because instead of scaling, we just started breaking the protocol. So again, I'm not really I'm not really so negative about things, but I guess this is a good place to go off a little bit.
But I have to say that the marketing for RBF was interesting. They were saying that, well, now you can cancel transactions. You can have this in the UI where you press a button because you sent to the wrong address, you got scammed or something, and you can get your coins back by paying a higher fee. Or if you're in a hurry and you want to have your transaction confirmed. I mean, the whole point of RBF is this philosophy that no transaction is final until it receives a confirmation, and this mempool is very relative.
That's exactly. That's what I mean. This is all a bunch of little pieces of FUD that created this environment. But I have nothing against RBF. Full RBF is the problem.
It's interesting also the history of RBF. It goes back to 2013, and this character who emerged on the scene, and he was sort of like the Michael Saylor of his time. His name on Bitcoin Talk was John Dillon. And supposedly he paid Peter Todd to make a video in which he explains why the block size should stay small by appealing to this slippery slope that if you do increase it, you're going to end up with nodes being run only in data centers. And it was also him, if you read the emails that were posted, basically his account was compromised, or so we think. Maybe that the person running the sock puppet account just decided to publicize it to fuel speculation, or maybe make it look more legit than it actually was, because there were people suspecting that it might be the same person as Peter Todd, or it might be Greg Maxwell, or it might be someone from their group. And it's a very interesting read, because it was the first time when basically there was this kind of fight, and there was an external incentive from someone who was saying he works for intelligence and wants to fund stuff to be happening. And it was also the first opposition that I'm aware of an alternative client. Because what actually happened is that there was this CoinJoin bounty launched in August of 2013 as a response to the fact that Zero Coin or Zero Cash, which were soft fork proposals to increase the privacy of Bitcoin, were not gonna happen. And they said, well, let's make this CoinJoin. That's the name that they chose for it. Greg Maxwell put up this bounty. It was a multi-sig in which him and Tamos and Pieter Wuille were going to sign to release the funds. And what this John Dillon did was to send coins to the bounty address and put himself in a decision maker's position, where he said, since I gave you some of the coins that are given as a bounty, this means that if you want to release that bounty reward, you also have to ask me. And it was Amir Taki who came up with the first CoinJoin wallet at the time. It was called Dark Wallet, and there was some opposition towards it. First, that it was published under the wrong license. I think that's what Mike Hearn said to him, that he should open source it under a better license, which he did. And just a few days later, he was like, okay, I completed the task. Please release the bounty. Let me pay my devs. Let me keep going with this. And in the background, John Dillon was emailing Peter Todd saying that he doesn't like the fact that Dark Wallet is using libBitcoin, which was an alternative to Bitcoin Core, and still is. It's still being maintained and developed to this day, and said that it's dangerous and it can break consensus and this should not be encouraged. And it seems like the reason why actually Amir never got his reward for creating the CoinJoin wallet was that he was running libBitcoin. And part of this whole idea that Bitcoin Core should be a monolithical entity, something that cannot be challenged, something that should never have an alternative, comes from that era. Because just 2 years later, we had Bitcoin XT and Bitcoin Classic and Segwit 2x and all of these alternative clients that were being presented as potentially evil, and the toxic people that you say got hired to do the job of firing core were actually celebrating that these guys left and they sort of decided to work around Bitcoin Cash. And then we only had core for BTC.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely on the core side then. I did, maybe I still do believe that the idea was even the bugs in consensus is part of consensus. The idea was you have to have the same binary executable running. Everyone should have the same binary executable, so that way we all have the same bugs, right? But you know, I guess there was a time where a fork was considered the death of Bitcoin, right? Right. The fork was like, before the first fork, before the Ethereum Classic, right? We all thought that if a blockchain forked, it's dead, right? If the other side doesn't die immediately, if the fork doesn't die, one side will die immediately, but if they both stay alive, it's over. The whole experiment's over. Like that was the fear. Because the whole no coin or FUD that we were fighting is, hey, yeah, Bitcoin has no value because you could just make another one, right? I mean, it's you just made money on trees. You made fake money on trees, and you're saying it's value. I could just make another one, another Bitcoin, another. Like, no, this was the first one, right? And then if a fork happened and it didn't go to zero, now what? Right? You just keep forking forever, and you have an infinite money glitch, right? There was a big fear about forks. There's a big fear about things just falling apart, and yeah, I mean, that was actually, I was completely wrong about that. I couldn't believe it when Ethereum Classic stayed alive. That kind of changed a lot of things. It kind of opened up this of where we are today, where the whole reason why Bitcoin was supposed to be peer-to-peer electronic cash for the world was that they'd have a single currency called Bitcoin, not a million, not like 10 different currencies, right? And then in order for this to work, you had to have unit of account, store of value, and means of exchange, right, for the single currency. But now that you have to go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. I mean, my first post in 2010 was my first ever post in Bitcoin Talk was, yeah, I love this thing. It sounds great, but how are we going to do unit of account? Like, how would someone in Europe versus someone in America, right? If you're selling something online, right? Yeah, how are you going to have a unit of account in the price of Bitcoin when the price of Bitcoin to the local currency changes and you're paying taxes and your employees in the local currency, right? You know, I thought we're all going to try to figure out to create a closed loop economy with things priced in Bitcoin. And that was the only way that this could work. And we ended up doing it with shitcoins and with crypto and like with gambling. But that was the original problem I had with this, where the answer given then, this is 2010. The answer given was, well, we could just do an automated, a price feed that will change the price of the widget every 5 seconds to represent the USD BTC rate. I'm like, that's not unit of account or means of exchange. That's just fake. And that's what we have today, right? I mean, you can't even buy a ticket to Bitcoin, 2025 in Bitcoin. It has to be in dollars.
I think it's very unfortunate. And you're right that 8 years ago there was the concern that a fork is gonna destroy Bitcoin. And there was a lot of uncertainty about what's gonna happen. First, it's funny because the same day gets celebrated as both the day when BCH got created and also when SegWit got activated. It was the 1st of August. And
yeah, Independence Day.
Exactly. Both sides of the argument will call it Independence Day. When one side activated SegWit and the other one basically got away from not having to activate SegWit.
Yeah, I mean...
And after this, there was the SegWit 2x conversation, which was supposed to be this hard fork that was supported by BitPay and a bunch of other companies that signed the New York agreement, and there was a lot of drama.
That was the end of it. I think you got it mixed up. The New York agreement was before August 1st.
Oh yeah, but the New York agreement was pursuing SegWit 2x, not BCH.
SegWit 2x.
I think it went up until November or something, and then they decided they're not gonna do it
because of BIP 148, right?
That being SegWit?
No, not BIP 148. What was the the hard fork? What wasn't called BIP?
Yeah, it was BIP 148.
BIP 148 was the way to force the miners force SegWit, right?
Yeah, it's the one by Shaul and Fry, which also got activated on Litecoin.
Maybe I'm missing UASF. What was the UASF bit? It didn't have a BIP?
I think it was 148.
UASF was 148, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So they blinked, right? So we had a soft fork going, right? We needed signaling from the miners, right? What did we need? 87%, 97%, 90%, whatever it was. So inside Bitcoin Core, there was code that said once X number of blocks in a row had a signaling, right, for SegWit, it would activate, right? That was how we activated the soft fork, the SegWit soft fork, right? So it was already in consensus, and all we just needed was X number of blocks to signal in the op return of the Coinbase transaction, right? To signal for SegWit, and then it would activate. And the reason for this whole thing was just so the miners, don't hard fork by mistake. Because here's the truth that people don't understand. Every single soft fork is a hard fork for the miners, right? There's no such thing as a soft fork. And I just want to say the people that don't like Luke anymore, remember, he created this idea. I think he created this idea of a soft fork. So there's no such thing as a soft fork. But anyway, so now you have Bitmain holding off, right, with Roger Ver. They're saying, hey, we're not going to signal, we're not going to let the soft fork happen because we want SegWit 2x, right? We wanted 2x, right? That was like the situation. And then Luke created this BIP 148 UASF that says after this point, we're no longer going to accept blocks that aren't signaling. Right? We're basically going to force our nodes to implement SegWit. How do we force our nodes to implement SegWit? We force our nodes by ignoring blocks that don't signal for SegWit. So that automatically will hit the threshold of whatever 90% of signaling, and then all our nodes are going to be running SegWit. And this was the game of chicken. Remember, signaling is just, right? So this whole signaling thing is just a way for your nodes to say that you're running SegWit. But the truth is, and the secret that they didn't realize was nobody was actually running UASF binaries. They were just signaling as if they were running it, right? Until why? Because the code was not, nobody could download it and run it because it wasn't, it wasn't signed by like Microsoft or Apple correctly to run on your local machine, right? So I actually, if you look at my protoblock UASF SegWit binaries, so I worked with Luke to actually sign these binaries that I got through the Microsoft and the Apple, where it was the actual implementation of people actually running UASF, right? And they blinked. The other side blinked. If the other side didn't blink, we would have forked off. right? And then Bitcoin BTCUSD, I believe, would have stayed with the original fork. And people don't realize what the decision as to what Bitcoin is always going to be. You can know for sure just looking at the markets, right? BTCUSD is always going to be Bitcoin, right? And the markets are going to decide which one is correct. And it's going to be obvious to everyone which one's Bitcoin. And they blinked. It was a game of chicken. They didn't have to blink. If they didn't blink, we knew they would blink because they were not sophisticated enough to write code, right? They were not sophisticated enough. It was too much fear, right, of the unknown to deal with it. And, you know, the Bitmains blinked. And I don't know, like, it was obvious that that Bitcoin BTCUSD would win as far as the price goes, for sure, right? And yeah, the idea was that we're going to do 2x later on, but yeah, I think, let me think what happened. You know, Independence Day was the day of the August 1st, day of the fork. SegWit 2x was, I think, before that, right?
No, the conversation about SegWit 2x went until November or something, and that's when I think Barry Silbert's company decided to drop it, and it was not gonna happen anymore. And if you look at the price charts, it was also around the time that the big blockers realized that they should not be waiting for SegWit 2x, so they pumped BCH, and that's when I remember that night. It was 20
when
something
the
of
day, yeah, and Andreas Antonopoulos sent a tweet congratulating Roger Ver, right? Because at that moment, the price of Bitcoin Cash went above Bitcoin for like a second. It was a moment there. Remember that?
I'm not sure on which exchange it happened. I'm not sure if it really happened. I just know that Bitcoin Cash was second, and it was Vitalik who congratulated Roger Ver.
Oh, it's a Vitalik. Okay, I'm sorry.
And he said, "Congrats on this, seriously." It was actually memed. And it was because basically Ethereum was number 2 up to that point, and Bitcoin Cash flipped it for a few moments. I don't think BCH ever flipped BTC on any exchange. But that night it seemed like something was brewing, and people were uncertain for the first time which one is going to be the version of Bitcoin that wins the war.
Right. That was it. I think maybe it hit 50%. 50. I think I only look, by the way, I only look at ticker symbols with the BTC denominator. So I think it hit 50.5, right? Something like that. I don't really recall. So, but when was BCH created, or was it
August 1st to 2017.
It was? Yeah, I know that's when SegWit happened.
Yeah, it was the exact same day. That's why I said that both camps are celebrating their Independence Day on the same exact day. And what you described about the game of chicken is what Amari, who actually forked Bitcoin to create Bitcoin Cash, described as basically a game where two cars are trying to speed up, threatening that they're gonna crash into the other one. And one side basically removes the steering wheel and holds it up and says, "Okay, I'm not gonna steer."
Yeah, that was Luke, right? That was me and Luke, right? And but they could have just, you know. I see. So on November 2017, Bitcoin Cash broke 50 point, yeah, broke 0.50. August the 14th, yeah. And this was so the hardcore, like the real hardcore Bitcoiners back then, we basically were against even extracting our BCH to sell it. We considered going to cold storage to extract our BCH, an attack vector on our cold storage.
Well,
Just
yeah, because you
ignore it.
had to expose your UTXO.
Ignore it. It was just ignore the whole thing. It's worthless, right? That was the thing. It wasn't until years later that I started going to like my Bitcoin and just extracting the BCH. Do you have any Bitcoin left with BCH in it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I may have some here and there, but yeah.
But yeah, you're right. At the time, there was this Puritanism. And I think part of the reason why BCH lost is that a lot of these guys haven't really sold their BTC for BCH. Whereas on the other side, people sold their BCH for BTC almost immediately. And it was just this lack of conviction, because I've spoken with Pieter Wuille, he was on my show. He is the chief scientist of Bitcoin Unlimited, and he's still working on it. He has some sort of chip that you can install on your PC to make it possible to compute gigabyte blocks. He's still very interested in this and says that right now the bottleneck is not storage, is not RAM, is not internet speed. It's actually processing. That processors don't have enough cores to be able to handle this.
What about would GPU work?
I'm not sure about that, but
It's so crazy.
I guess there's a very good reason why he came up with that chip. But
it's such a shame, because the BCH guys, I agree with. I like them a lot. I think they're great. I agree with everything besides, the fork, right? And I think we lost a lot of good people, especially people pushing peer-to-peer cash. And I think what people didn't realize is I came from financial markets. Like, even if I didn't admit it at the time, maybe in the back of my mind, I'm like, listen, I'm definitely going to stay with the price, right? And maybe I was on the core side because I knew that the ticker symbol would go with us and the price would go with us and we would win, right? So maybe I preempted it, but yeah, like, I think they misunderstood. I think everyone misunderstands that the price has nothing to do with the technology. Like, the price has a lot more things to it than the technology, right? It's kind of separate. So you couldn't lose the ticker symbol. Whoever lost the ticker symbol loses. And yeah, it's a shame. So I actually proposed at one point a merger, right? We reverse the fork, merge them back in. Like, it is possible. It is doable. Of course, you need consensus and stuff like that. But, there's no reason why we can't bring everyone back and create one Bitcoin again.
Well, yeah, I think the idea behind drive chains is very similar. To give both camps what they want so that they can be one camp once again.
Yeah. I have to take a look at drive chains again. I think it makes sense a little bit.
Yeah, but I think the big blockers had something going on until BSV happened. And once again, it's Craig Wright that is to blame, because he was never there with the right intentions, as we can see in hindsight. And I think it was convenient for some of them who still believe that maybe there's something to his claim that he's Satoshi, to use him and hide behind him and say, well, this guy says he's Satoshi and he's on our camp.
Yeah, it's crazy that it became the big blockers and the small blockers when SegWit was a block size increase. But
well, also, if you look in retrospect at the average block size, you're going to see that BTC has much larger blocks than BCH. And what you have on BCH or BSV is just spikes when they were stress testing the network. But on average, they have very small blocks.
yeah. It's crazy that, I like the tech. I even like the BSV tech as well. Some really good tech. My favorite project is what's that fork? One of the original forks of, I forgot what it's called.
The Electromix.
One of the original. He was on your show. One of the original Bitcoin Cash, like Bitcoin Unlimited forks.
Nexa.
It has Avalanche involved somehow.
Oh, Amari. Yeah. XEC, which is what he calls eCash.
eCash. Yep. See, eCash is actually awesome. Like, from a pure technical perspective. Like, I think it's awesome. Like, admire that type of thing. So Amari, that's eCash. Yeah, no, that's great. So I just wish there'd be one ticker symbol. I wish there'd be one currency, but that didn't happen. So that's why I mean we failed, right? Because you have Ethereum. So the same arguments I use, and again, the same arguments I used to use in 2010, 2011, 2012 against no coiners about that Bitcoin's going to zero, it has no value. I'm like, yeah, just look at the financial markets. At some point, you have to admit that this is not a tulip. You just see it. If it was a tulip, it would go to zero. And if it crashes and it comes back up, it's obviously there's some value, right? And if you you look at Ethereum against Bitcoin, at some point you're like, yeah, maybe it's a shitty tech, maybe it's a scam, maybe it's a fraud, but at the end of the day, it has value. So if it is a scam and it has value, so logically, let's get to the next step. What does that mean? That means that it scales Bitcoin. That's what that means. Like, and then you could just see actual cases of it scaling Bitcoin. Like, okay, now that makes sense. So we forgot to scale Bitcoin. We have this whole crazy way of scaling, using all these other technologies. And then people are creating tokens that have value, which is similar to the blockstream equity token, right? That push liquid, right, for Lightning and all that stuff. It's just an equity token. It's not, if that's the way you want to look at it. But at the end of the day, if it's a scam and it shouldn't have value, but it does have value, then you have to update your priors. So why would it have value if it's a tulip, right? So it means that if you believe that Bitcoin's the only thing that could have value, but this thing obviously has non-zero value, then it means it's scaling Bitcoin. So the day I made a tweet. The day I realized OpsCTV was not going to happen, I was like, it's over. I'm just going to calculate the number of Ethereum that exists and add it to the 21 million. And now that's Bitcoin. Like I wrote that tweet in 2019, right? I was like, okay, obviously Ethereum is now Bitcoin. So now there's 29 million Bitcoin in existence, and let's just keep going. That's, like, I'm just very practical. Like, reality matters, even if nobody understands it for 5 years. That's how we got here in the first place. No one understood Bitcoin in the beginning. So this whole cult and this whole civil war thing is just a waste. It's literally a waste of everyone's time. And it's a negative for everyone involved. I wish they could find something else that their life could revolve around besides fighting on Twitter. Because I was there. It's unhealthy. And it didn't work out. It doesn't work out correctly,
No, and it seems to only get worse. And I think the biggest psyop was giving people the impression that running a node somehow gives you a vote. And your Raspberry Pi matters, and then you basically put the developers in a position where they have to justify everything to yourself just because you're holding a copy of the blockchain. And it's very silly because I think after the fork in 2017, there were like 3 years when it was very heavily promoted, this idea that basically nodes are in control of the network, the UASF. That's the way in which Bitcoin is gonna evolve from that point on. And then Taproot happened, and what did they do? They went for speedy trial, which means that miners had to actually signal support in the majority. And it was always like that.
Of course. I mean, there's so much nuance, and that's the problem with with non-developers taking a stand without looking up, without like looking towards people that are the subject matter experts. And there's what happens is you get when Satoshi said, if you don't believe me, I have no time to explain it to you, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it takes time. And the problem is the cohort, every 4 years, there's a toxic cohort that kind of dies and a new one shows up. And they actually realize after 4 years that what you were saying 4 years ago is correct. But then there's a whole new group that showed up, even worse than before, with another thing that they're stuck on, right? And that became Bitcoin, right? And it's, again, you just have to look at the stable coins at the events, and it, like, come on, there's nothing Bitcoin about Bitcoin, about Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners have nothing to do with Bitcoin. That's why at the beginning when I said about the shitcoin thing, it's like, yeah, it's there needs to be a new movement, and people need to work to. Yeah, I actually don't have a solution. I don't know why I keep trying, but yeah, I've moved. Again, this is 2019, 2020, 2021. Now there's a whole nother story. Now Wall Street showed up, government changed, right? Um, regulations have changed. Bitcoin is definitely gold, right? At this point, and the means of exchange is centralized, or like, even if it's a crypto, like there's nothing decent. There's really nothing decentralized about any blockchain. Blockchain is just computer science, right? Trust minimization, all that stuff, right? It's all basically, now we live in a world where Bitcoin exists and people are writing software to use Bitcoin in various ways. They call it blockchain, they call it altcoins, right? They call it meme coins, they call it custody, non-custody. It's just, people building things, businesses around it, and none of them is bad, none of it's good as long as it's not fraud. And a lot of the money's being made, and we touched on this before, is the MEV, right? If you don't understand why someone's spending so much money on a project and why they're pushing such a thing, it's usually because someone's making money off MEV, obfuscated MEV. Yeah.
There is Buddy in the chat. He said, I also came to the conclusion that shitcoins will scale Bitcoin, but 4 years after Jay. I'm still very smart though. Yes, you are. You're very much ahead of the curve. People have been telling me, you should change the name of the podcast if you're going to include other projects, but I never really found a conflict. And I still see how if we change the culture in Bitcoin, which is something which I'm trying to do with this show, we can still have Zcash on Bitcoin. We can still have some of the stuff that we have seen in XCC and eCash, for example. We can still have a lot of the stuff that is in Ethereum and is interesting as a sidechain. We can have rollups. We can have so much interesting stuff on Bitcoin if we just let the builders do their thing. And we also, instead of saying that everything that was not brewed by this high council of 5 people who gave us SegWit and Taproot, instead of saying that everything that doesn't come from them is a scam, we should pay more attention to what markets are picking as the winner use cases. Because to be honest, Ethereum has played this role on the markets where they sort of presented the hot trend of every bull market. They started out with the ICO, which was really hot. A lot of people showed up and created their own ICO, and that's what formed the bubble. And then in the next cycle, we had the NFTs. And the NFTs were even in mainstream media. If the ICO was just this isolated situation where it was a bunch of nerds trying to scam each other, with NFTs, it actually went to television. You had Paris Hilton talking about it while being invited by Jimmy Fallon. Like, it's something that you would not imagine. And you saw all of these celebrities putting their Ethereum name service addresses in their Twitter names. And you had Twitter actually letting you put your profile picture to show off that you have a fancy NFT on Ethereum. That was actually a thing. People forgot about that. Ethereum has been sort of a trendsetter from this point of view. And I think right now Solana is kind of eating their lunch because Solana decided, okay, let's compromise on decentralization and just keep everything on the base layer, which Ethereum was sort of reluctant to do. But to be honest, a lot of the stuff that was developed was paid by Ethereum, from zero knowledge proofs that are coming back to Bitcoin, because they funded Zcash more generously than any Bitcoiner ever did. And I gotta give them credit for hiring academics and trying to figure out, because they started out with the shitty design that was obvious will not scale, but they got some very smart people on board, and they tried to backtrack from there. They started from something which was impossible to achieve, and they said, okay, let's see how we can get there. And when I had Vitalik on the show, he actually was talking about two different eras. He said he started out with the cryptography of the 2010s, and now he's more optimistic that he can pull it off with the cryptography of the 2020s, which is more advanced, scales better, brings new advantages. And maybe that you're right, that Ethereum scales Bitcoin, but I do like to call it the anti-Bitcoin, because it does everything that we like to say that you should not do in Bitcoin, from proof of stake and all the way to having a foundation and being more centralized around the leader and having a pre-mine. I mean, it is sort of the anti-Bitcoin.
Of course, anything that's not Bitcoin is going to be not Bitcoin.
No, but I mean, it takes all the decisions that in Bitcoin we cannot, or at least are very taboo.
Right. Remember, like Sailor, I think, remember that whole thing, there's no second best? I just sent you a tweet, right? It was this, there's no second best. And then, all of a sudden, in 2025 or like a couple months ago, it's like, okay, Ethereum is no longer, there is a second best, right? Like they capitulated with the whole, I forgot exactly what happened. But yeah, it was obvious that, people are going to start using alt networks, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing special or negative about any of these things, Base or Avalanche or like Liquid, or it's all the same. It's just not Bitcoin, right? It's not Bitcoin on chain.
Yeah, I do remember there is no second best. I remember never sell your Bitcoin, which is the new meme that Sailor even tried to push during the Trump meeting, and Trump sort of added deniability to it and said, yeah, that's what they say, I'm not sure if it's true or not, and Sailor was just face palming next to him.
That's the weirdest thing. Never sell your Bitcoin. Literally, if you never sell your Bitcoin, you literally don't have enough Bitcoin.
And you have too much
You should be selling Bitcoin every single day to eat and live. Right? Like, what? How are you going to buy lunch if you're not selling your Bitcoin?
Well, there are some people who try to sell you these services where you borrow cash against your Bitcoin and use it as a collateral asset. And they say, well, if you have 2 Bitcoins, then you can borrow money against one. And then when you have to pay back your loan, you can basically borrow against the other one.
50% and you lose everything.
At one point, yes.
So that's what happened to a lot of Bitcoiners. So now they have, instead of, maybe they would have had 0.75 Bitcoin from 2, now they have 0, right? So yeah, I've done it, but yeah, borrowing is leveraging. Hey, instead, you could use in a, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you should sell your Bitcoin in order to live. If you really want to hold on to, have all your money in Bitcoin, right? So now, let's say you want to go to the 2026 Bitcoin conference, and it costs $1,000. Notice it's $1,000. It's not 0.1 sats, right? It's not 0.1 Bitcoin. It's priced in dollars. So now you have price risk. So you're a Bitcoin maxi. You put aside X number of Bitcoin for for your ticket, right? And by the time it goes on sale, you don't have enough money. You don't have enough dollars because the price dropped. So actually, things priced in dollars creates, price risk. So maybe you should sell now, because if the price drops, you're not going to be able to go to a Bitcoin conference. But if you sell now and it goes up, you're going to miss all those gains, right?
Yeah, but it's going up forever, Laura, right? Forever and
forever.
ever and ever. Like, why would you
Yeah,
want to hold an inferior asset
yeah,
or
because it
fiat
drops
money?
80%. Because it's going to drop 80% again and again and again and again.
Are
There's
you
only one
predicting
way.
this is going to happen in the next year?
Not right now. I mean, we just hit an all-time high, right? Amazing. Um,
What do you think is going to be the top this cycle?
well, I mean, it's a really tough day to. I have to like. It's a really tough day to ask me this. If we close above 125 by Friday, then I think. I mean, I have a chart that will give me the answer right now. But if this move is real, which I'm not convinced yet, if it is real,
If you want, you can share your screen.
oh, I can.
Yeah.
How do I do that? And just may have too much stuff.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this. Oh, this is daily. Let me do monthly. No, weekly. Okay, so basically you have these extensions. Let's look at the last one, right? So this is the this is 69,000, right? And we're looking at the previous is 20,000. So we got to.
I don't hear you very well. Can you stay closer to the
I'm sorry.
microphone?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, these are not exact because I wasn't prepared for this, but I'm looking at somewhere here, 281. So between 224 and 281, I would say, if this is a real move. But yeah, if this is a real bull market, I mean, it's looking pretty strong. Again, risk. This is like not just Bitcoin, but global risk on here. So if this holds, which is it's not sure yet, because this is a very interesting pattern here. We need this to hold substantially, and then we could have a new leg up. And yeah, I think 235 to 281 is easily doable. And we'll be in a new major bull market. And then what happens is, 80% from there. What is that, right? So 0.20 times 281,000. Whoa, that's bad. 56,000.
Could be much worse.
Well,
I think it's going to be 58 because that one has been the meme for such a long time.
Right. So then we go all the way up to, 281. We get everyone back in, and then we go all the way back down to where you say 58. Wow, that's amazing. Right. So then the Great Depression happens, blah blah blah, and we go from there to like 58. Right? What I was trying to get at was if everything's priced in dollars and you want to lock in the price of $1,000, right? That's what we have. We have a product for you. That's what we have with SidePit. You could hedge the price risk of Bitcoin by buying dollar futures. What does that mean? That means that if the conference is in a year from now, you buy $1,000 in a year from now with your Bitcoin. So, what is $1,000? How much Bitcoin is that today?
0.9 something. No, it's 0.75, I think.
Right. So what you want is in at a certain date in the future, you want to receive $1,000. Right? That makes sense?
Sure. So I did look into SidePit. I didn't really understand the full extent of it. I see that it's trying to be fair. It's trying to remove the front-running advantage that exchanges have on their customers.
Yeah. So
And guys like Arthur Hayes actually needed to get a presidential pardon for the fact that they dumped on the plebs to buy a new Ferrari. That's actually a quote from the troll box on BitMEX.
yeah. So the first thing is we have a US dollar futures contract. Right. So it's $1 and it's priced in Bitcoin. And what is 788 Satoshis per dollar. So this is like this is the purest form of dollar to Bitcoin trading and hedging. It's Bitcoin is the currency, dollar is the commodity, and each contract is worth $500, right? So all you need to do is buy 2 contracts. 785, that's the price right now. 785 Satoshis per dollar, which equals 127,551. What does that mean? That means in 80 days from now, right, at the end of this contract, which is the end of the year, you're going to get $1,000. You're buying $1,000. You're going to get 80 days from now. That's what this means. And you're using, right? And how much are you paying for it? 784 Satoshis per dollar, right? Which means no matter what happens, right, you're going to have $1,000 in 80 days from now. So what does that mean? That means that you just went short Bitcoin, $1,000 worth. So if Bitcoin goes up, you lose Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes down, you make Bitcoin. And at the end, you have $1,000. That's the reason for, so you're like a farmer, you have wheat, you have a wheat field, and you want to lock in the price. So you use these derivative contracts. So this is like, like a Wall Street sophisticated CME derivatives contract. So that's the product. And you could invert this, right? Now, the fact is, this is a distributed network. And what about the problem of MEV, right? What about the problem of front running? So what we did was we built our own protocol, right? Our own distributed network for the purpose of exchange. So the game theory and the consensus mechanism of SidePit is just like Bitcoin was made for peer-to-peer electronic cash. This was made for exchange. And what is exchange? What's the purpose of exchange? First principles, the purpose of exchange is price discovery. place where you could discover price in a fair, open, transparent market. So we built this, you could call it a blockchain, a distributed network, whatever you want to call it, this Bitcoin sidechain with a mechanism, an auction mechanism every second, where if you were a professional, you're a professional trader, professional speculator, right? You would, you would get the fair price in competition with other people, and you do that by eliminating the miner, right? You eliminate the miner, you eliminate the blockchain that was built for money, and we have a new consensus mechanism. But at the end of the day, as an end user, you're just going to have confidence that you're not going to be manipulated in this exchange. So for someone like yourself, who's not a professional, Wall Street trader, right? The difference between us and anyone else is that, Wall Street's not stealing, $5 from you every time you make a trade. But the biggest story is that this is the fundamental mechanism of price discovery. If that makes sense. It is a little complicated.
Well, what's impressive is that you built this in a way that it doesn't require, like, you're not the one running the service, right? It's decentralized.
Well, so that's a loaded question, but it's decentralized in price. So there's a trilemma. There's a DEX trilemma, which means you can only have 2 out of 3. So counterparty risk, which means who you're trading with. Then you have exchange risk, where custody risk. And then you have price discovery, front running and manipulation. So we're the only one that actually chose price discovery, which means that to us, our double spend is front running. So it's coming back to that same story of rock, paper, scissors. It doesn't matter that rock, paper, scissors is decentralized if the custody is decentralized. If every single time you play, you're going to lose, right? So the first thing you have to do is make the game rock, paper, scissors work before we start talking about settlement and risk of custody, because that's not why you're here. You're here to play rock, paper, scissors. You're not here to do peer-to-peer electronic cash. If you were, then use Bitcoin. But if you want a fair game, right, you first need to make the game work before you start dealing with decentralized. So we just punt the decentralization to the settlement. We punted to trust minimization, BIP 300, whatever the latest and greatest is, but that's not really what's important. What's important is that when you're trading, right, you're not getting manipulated, and you have confidence that it's a fair game. And we do that by making a protocol that basically auctions off the sequence of events every second. It's you think of it, you're familiar with like the London gold fixing price?
No, not really.
So every single day there's a price of gold, right? In London, it's the official price of gold, right? It's a different price than the price you're going to use when you go into, the gold store and buy gold. But it sets the stage for the price of gold, right? It's the price of gold. It's the lowest level that all gold is based on, in a sense. That's what we're trying to do for Bitcoin. We're trying to say that every time you do an atomic swap, every time you do a perpetual, every time you do anything, every time you go to El Salvador and buy at McDonald's, if you go to El Salvador today and walk into McDonald's and use your Bitcoin, Goldman Sachs is taking a piece of that. Every single time a swap happens today, someone's manipulating you. with SidePit, if we create a fair, transparent, open price of Bitcoin that's not manipulated, that basically feeds the rest of the ecosystem, not just Bitcoin, but even crypto ecosystem. And this kind of eliminates all the manipulation that Wall Street's doing today on Wall Street and also in crypto, and in Bitcoin as well, and centralized exchange, decentralized exchange, all of them. Like, this is a fundamental problem that we think we solved, and we're not sure yet until we actually launch with professional traders. Just like Bitcoin in early days, you couldn't really know for sure what was going to happen, right? It's going to take time. So yeah, we're building the baseline of fair price. And we actually, although it looks like we compete with everyone, we don't actually compete with anyone. We're actually we believe that rising tides lifts all boats, and it is a fundamental solution. But yeah, that's the SidePit. There's a white paper. It used to be called Dex Chain. Originally, it was going to be a fully decentralized Bitcoin soft fork like BIP 300, but that was quickly. So there's two versions of this. One of them could be fully decentralized, and the other one could have like a business model, right? We chose the latter, but hey, I'm open to doing an ICO. Haven't thought of it in a while, but yeah, it turns out there's not a lot of funding in the space. Thank you, Michael Saylor, to build anything on Bitcoin, especially real stuff. So you have to get a business model. That's where we are today. Yeah.
On the topic of funding, like I don't want to move away too much from SidePit because I still have questions about it. But regarding funding, it's interesting to me that the two sides that today are fighting so hard on Twitter are mostly funded by the same people. Jack Dorsey, and I think that's the big one because he's funding some Lightning stuff. He is the main investor behind Ocean, the mining pool, and also supported Luke Dash Jr. with knots to go forward. And on the other side, you have Bitcoin Core that receives grants from Jack Dorsey. And I've seen a very good meme, which I think was taken from Israel, I think, last year when there were the bombings with Iran. Basically, when that anti-missile system got triggered, or what's the term for it? Got initiated or whatever. So basically, Iran was sending missiles, and Israel was also sending missiles to counter them. And the meme was that the missiles coming from Iran were US funded, and the shield against missiles was also US funded. And it was saying your taxpayers' money, also your taxpayers' money.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Jack Dorsey. I mean, I actually very aligned with his takes on Bitcoin. He actually realizes that Bitcoin needs to be money for it to succeed, right? But yeah, I think I don't want to knock. I want to stop being negative, but I think what's that JSON project? The Twitter that he funded.
Nostr.
Nostr, yeah. Nostr's just compared to it'll be number 50,000 out of 50,000 better crypto projects. Like it's not that sophisticated. It's just whatever. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying it's nothing special. It doesn't. But yeah, I mean, I wish that. I don't know if we still have this idea that I see it like funding a project is bad, but there was a time in 2012 where you just have an Exodus address. You tweeted your Exodus address and people sent you Bitcoin, and you knew everyone was coming from a full node. So, you gave them a token and you considered, you didn't say it back then, but it was basically equity in the project, but you couldn't say it. There was a lot of wink, wink happening. Right. But of course it went over everyone's head and they call it a scam. Right. And then the ICOs happen. it's funny because the ICO was like a big problem because, you know, you're scamming people. It's a manipulation. It's a scam. We want to see Bitcoin. So what I did in my first project is I actually launched a actual, so it took all like the toxic, or let's not say toxic, Bitcoin maximalist talking points. Okay. We need, you know, zero pre-mine, no ICO, and utility, right? We want to see another project like Bitcoin, which starts from zero ICO, no pre-mine, that actually has real utility. And I actually built that. It was had to do with fantasy sports. And it turns out when you present that to the community, they're like, oh, well, I don't really care about sports, right? So that was my first indication that all their like hardcoreness is it's just fake, right? They're just cosplaying on Twitter. Like it's one big cosplay, and that was like 2 cycles ago. So yeah, funding's a big problem. I really, Michael Saylor like doesn't fund anything. Like it's basically anti-funding.
Well, the problem is not that he's not funding. The problem is that he stops other people from funding.
Yes, but it's even worse. And the real, there are still some people that are just legitimate, like good people in the space, and they want to stay pure. And a lot of them are in Opsy TV, or were. And there was a moment where I said, just put an Exodus address, get some funding, and we'll get this thing through. Like that's what had to happen, right? We could have easily done it, but they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to. It didn't look good. It didn't seem good. It didn't, right? But that's what needed to happen. We needed to just fund Opsy TV and would have pushed it through. Because the truth is that nobody wants to admit that we live in a capitalist society, and people listen to people that either have money or make money or know how to make money. And literally, Bitcoin is money. Like this is about money. So again, you know, I guess, you know, maybe a lot of people that showed up later, they're here for other reasons, but Bitcoin's money, Wall Street's money, everything's money, right? Capitalism is money, money is energy. Nothing wrong with money. And yeah, we probably should get things funded. I don't really have have a solution. I'm just saying that funding, it's crazy how we kind of said funding good people and good projects is bad too, right? That's a scam too. But if you have a corporation with equity holders, you know, that makes money off of a hard fork, off a soft fork, that's fine. But if you do like your own thing and you give money to the people that funded you in the form of a token, equity token, right? That's bad, right? Um, so the incentives all got misaligned. And here we are today. So I think that I don't want to show my project too much, but there's there's $9 billion stolen from everybody every year from speed of light, the Byzantine general's problem in financial markets, right? It's called high frequency trading and now MEV, right? We could take that and extract, you know, and kind of give it back to the people and fund everything. And that's kind of the big story of what could possibly happen with SidePit. You know, we're kind of at an inflection point here. We started out as a DEX chain. We started out as a open source altruistic project that meant to be like some sort of Bitcoin soft fork or like fully decentralized. And then we went the other way, you know, looking for VC funding and all that to actually like create like a, you know, a capitalist company. And now we're kind of we're at the point where we launched the project. It's all working, but in order to get to the next stage, we need more funding, and we're trying to figure out if together with somehow use it to enhance, obviously not for altruistic reasons, you know, be very clear here. Like I'm not saying I'm altruistic at all, but I'm saying that it could be a win-win for Bitcoin technology, for Bitcoin related companies to have money in the space building on this, this UTXO type of technology. And I think it's happening with some other companies now, right?
Yeah, or you can add Ethereum and you get a grant from the foundation, and basically you're gonna be able to launch it, and you just renounce the purity but get the job done.
Yeah, the truth is, all the grants they want you to be they want you to use the token, right? I guess they could do like a meme coin.
I don't know, but I remember at one point Opera browser did an integration of a Bitcoin wallet, and simultaneously they also integrated Tron. And it seemed weird, but it was the Tron Foundation that paid for it, and I think that what they really wanted was to get Bitcoin on their browser. They had no funding for it, so they just went to Tron and were like, hey, how about you pay us to integrate Tron and Bitcoin? And they were like, yeah, sure. And once again, I don't want to diverge too much from SidePit. I think it's a topic that needs to be explored more. But Tron is this very interesting project which simultaneously is a shitcoin but is also not. Because it's supported by the people who are funding Blockstream and a bunch of other projects in the space. So when it comes to USDT on Tron, they just look the other way. They're like, it's almost like it doesn't exist. Maybe you should use it on Taproot assets on Lightning. That's what they say. Like, that's the pure way of using it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tron is actually one of the only places in the world. I think it's Iran, right? Using the people in Iran are using Tron for peer-to-peer electronic cash, right?
Yeah, my girlfriend is from there, and
right, is that the case?
Her parents sent her USDT on Tron.
Right, now it became stablecoins. Right before the stablecoin craze, there were actually people using Tron itself, right? I think. Now it became USDT. Yeah. So I agree that although Tron is just a fork of what? I'm not even sure.
Ethereum.
Of Ethereum.
I remember the scandal in 2017 or something that the white paper was even plagiarized from Ethereum. Like, it was a pretty shameless clone.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk about 2025. I'm not sure where the community is. I know you're like an OG now, so you're probably not the right one to ask. But is XRP considered bad still?
There's nothing interesting about it. Like, for me, it's very fascinating how every cycle they show up with the same promise that they're gonna replace Swift for payments, and there's a new wave of gullible idiots who are buying into it. And it just goes on like business like usual. They haven't improved anything as far as I know. They're not doing anything technologically interesting. They just say, hey, we are these people, we're wearing suits and we work with the bankers, and if you buy our token, maybe it's gonna be used by the banks too. And think about the possibilities that Deutsche Bank or whatever, or Bank of America is gonna be using XRP for settlements. And then
what about Stellar? So Stellar is the same technology.
I did see that it pumped. I don't even know why. Like,
I'm not saying it pumped. I'm not talking about price. I'm just talking about. I'm just trying to get the zeitgeist of what's considered kosher, what's not kosher, right? Because it's crazy that you said Tron.
Stellar
Tron to
is
me,
more cool than Ripple.
Right. Tron to me seems like on the outskirts, like close to being a scam. At least what people used to think of it, because of the whole the way the person behind it and the way it happened.
Yeah, Jay, but look at the chart from 2019 until present, I think, and you're gonna see that Tron outperformed Bitcoin. That was when they added USDT on it, and that's when it permanently became one of the top 10 coins.
Is that TRX?
TRX, yeah. And we don't talk about this. It's sort of a taboo subject.
I don't know when you say that. Yeah, so there's a couple of these. I mean, okay, the honest truth. So here's actual proof. This is like the final proof that crypto scales Bitcoin. Okay, so you think here's. Make sure I'm not sharing anything. Here's Tron, weekly Tron. It literally against Bitcoin. It's flat sideways. Just doesn't move. Not only Tron doesn't move, every single currency that is not a scam is literally sideways forever. I call it sideways forever. This is Ethereum. Okay, besides for that crazy, let me find it. So let's find Binance. Okay. So Ethereum, it's literally at the same price it was in 2016. Hasn't moved. What does that mean? And you can say the same thing XRP. XRP, UST. Oh, BTC. Sorry. Because people are using the wrong denominator. If you use the Bitcoin denominator, it's just sideways forever. It's everything is sideways forever, right? It's the same price as 2013 XRP. What does that mean? That means if it's never going to go up or down, well, obviously there's a lot of volatility, but if it's never going to go to zero, it's basically Bitcoin. If you could swap your XRP for Bitcoin instantly or through some exchange, it's basically you could use it as if it's Bitcoin. And that's literally what people are doing. And that's why all these things that seemingly are scams have value forever. It's because they're scaling Bitcoin. And one by one, which is so crazy what's happening is you could even, you have like a scam like WIF, right? Like a meme, even like a meme coin, right? Like I think WIF, what's that dog with hat, right? These meme coins are eventually become like a scaling Bitcoin solution, right? Which is insane. And it's so hard for people to understand how something that's just completely worthless and a
Well,
joke.
it was the same with Dogecoin, right?
Dogecoin, right? So so this is WIF, right? I believe, right, that it's never going to go to zero and it's going to be sideways forever. So yeah, forget about this whole pump. It's just going to stay here forever, right? So, if you're like some person in Africa or somewhere that has like, makes $100 a month or something, and somehow you have access to some Solana thing, and yeah, if it's better than if you think Bitcoin's going $1 million and you want to get a piece of it, buy WIF if you need to. Like that's the point. I mean, it's crazy to say that. What'd you say? What's the other one? Yeah, Dogecoin, right? Doge was the first one. Like, I was so upset when Doge became like when Elon, the whole Doge thing, because it's really sad that Doge became what it was and it wasn't Litecoin, because it's literally should just be Litecoin, right? Like Doge should just be Litecoin. It's a fork of Litecoin or something, right?
And their merged mind, which is more
And they're
interesting
merge
because
mines with
there's
Litecoin. So like
pressure on the miners to sell LTC and hold Doge.
right. And I told the Litecoin guys a long time ago, I'm like, you should just basically rename Litecoin to Doge and kill Doge, and no one will know the difference. Just say this is Doge, Litecoin is Doge, right? Because Doge was made as a joke. The technology is shit, right? And Litecoin is good.
No, the
So,
technology is the same. It's not shit. It's
well,
the same.
it's the same, but Litecoin is right. But Litecoin should have the one that got the value and all that. It shouldn't have been
Litecoin
Doge.
actually has some improvements like MWeb, and
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if Dogecoin has SegWit.
Right. But the thing is, and that's another thing that people don't realize, and it's pretty sad, is that the price has no correlation to the project, any of the projects. And I could give you a great example is I say that my favorite project today is Chia. Chia coin is probably my favorite project. And I don't even want to take a look at the price because I have price still down, right? Against not against dollars, against that what is Chia? XCH. Yeah. So maybe it's making a low here. It could be things are changing now with the new regulations and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. There's a correlation to I don't know if there's a correlation to project and price anymore. Especially if you're looking at the BTC, you're looking at the BTC denominator, right?
So on SidePit, will you be able to do all of these trades? And by the way, I think you're the first person I ever see to use Microsoft Edge as a browser.
Oh yeah, I love Microsoft Edge. So you know, Satoshi used Windows and VS Code, Visual Studio. But yeah, why? Do you use Microsoft Edge? I don't know. I like it.
I don't use Windows.
What was the question? Oh no. So I'm starting with. So okay, you know, are you familiar with the E-mini S&P? E-mini S&P. Have you heard of it? Have you ever heard of the E-mini S&P?
Maybe. It's an abbreviation for something, right?
It's the most active, biggest ticker symbol in the world. It's like where Wall Street, right? It's called the S&P 500 futures contract.
Oh, S and P. Yeah.
S&P,
I heard
the E-mini
SMP, like the letter M.
S&P 500. It's called the E-mini S&P. It's the electronic. So it used to be trading. Okay, trading used to happen in the trading floors in Chicago, in the trading pits, called the S&P 500 futures trading pit, right? It was a physical place. People gathered together, right, with jackets, and they had hand signals. You've seen the movie Trading Places, right? Trading used to happen physical, right, in pits, trading floors. Familiar with that?
I did see part of it in The Wolf of Wall Street, I think.
Right.
But no, it wasn't that physical. They had computers.
Right. No. So there's a movie called Trading Places. So yeah. So trading used to happen inside a physical location called an exchange place with hand signals and people. And guess what? There was no Byzantine generals problem there, right? There was no delay. Everybody could see everything. So there was no front running. There was no MEV. There was no manipulation happening. And then so the E-mini S&P is basically, it was the first digital electronic 24-hour miniaturized version, and that became where if you have $1 million portfolio or $100 million portfolio and you want to quickly hedge your risk, you would short the E-mini S&P, right? It's a CME contract. So what we're building is the equivalent for Bitcoin, the high volume, high professional place to get in and out of Bitcoin risk, right? The dollar risk. So it's the place where if you want to buy or sell dollars instantly for Bitcoin, or as a not as a end user, but as a hedger or a speculator or a trader, right? If you want to trade Bitcoin against the dollar, you know, SidePit is the place to go to get the best experience as a professional trader or as an end hedger. And we do that by recreating the physical trading pits in a sidechain trading pit. So our protocol, our decentralized protocol, does what Bitcoin did for physical money, made it digital. We take the physical trading pit, we make it digital. What does that mean? That means that what happens inside the trading pit is there's no front running, there's no Byzantine generals problem. So we take that with our white paper and our protocol with game theory thrown on top, that the result is going to act as if you're trading in the trading pits, right, before electronic trading happened. And that's why we had an order. So we had an ordinal jacket. So we sold jackets, right? Just like you needed a special jacket to get into the trading floors, you need a special jacket to get into SidePit. So we sold 40 OG jackets, and then we sold another 40, Chad jackets. So yeah, that was at the halvening, I think. I thought we did that. And then yeah,
So then last year.
Yeah. So it's for SidePit is for well, it's for anyone, but it's for like professional day traders. So you have to be a day trader. You have to want to gamble on the price of Bitcoin. It's the current iteration of it is for traders, people that want to take their Bitcoin and make more Bitcoin by predicting price. Chart people, right? Or so what's the actual end purpose? The purpose is if somebody actually wants to hedge their Bitcoin risk, if they want to buy a ticket to Bitcoin Magazine 2026 and they need to hedge their $1,000, the act of having a bunch of gamblers in a place, gambling gives you price discovery and gives you liquidity so you could do the hedging. So the purpose of an exchange is for the hedgers, but 90 to 99% of all activity is by the speculators. So this is the only place in society where gambling and, is a positive sum and a positive externality for industry, and our industry is Bitcoin. So just like commodity contracts for gold, for soybeans, for pork bellies, all that is needed for gold create the underlying price of the asset. That's what SidePit's trying to do for Bitcoin. And once we do that, then then we prove the technology with Bitcoin. From there, we would go to, I guess, maybe Ethereum or whoever else has an ETF, because that's the end for the VC business model. We're basically saying that, hey, you have Wall Street ETF fund managers that need to do this shit. So whatever they're doing, we're just going to follow them. And I don't know if there's a Tron ETF yet. Is there?
I'm not even sure. Maybe there is, but I don't think so. I think Ethereum got one, and there was a conversation about a Litecoin one, but I don't think there is a Tron one yet.
Yeah. So really, we're just interested in the reason why I brought up the E-mini SUV. We're interested in the most active, high volume assets. So not like all these little tokens, like secondary and tertiary, right? Because it's a big. We're just focused on the biggest asset, which is Bitcoin, and the most volatile, which is Bitcoin USD. So right now you could leverage your Bitcoin on SidePit, or you could hedge your Bitcoin on SidePit with the US dollar.
I think it's beautiful. It's something that I didn't even know that I want, but now I sort of can't look at exchanges the same way. But once again, I'm not much of a trader.
Right.
I sort of just buy and hold for many years and then maybe sell. Or sink with the ship. I don't know.
And what do you do during the drawdowns? When it went from 66 to 50?
Cheap bread and butter and ramen.
You just held on?
That's what I've done so far.
But what if but what if, are you selling all the way down, or are you buying all the way down?
I buy all the time.
Okay. So if somebody wants to, I guess the real utility, if you're like want to buy a house, or you want to get married, I don't know if you're married, but if you want to buy an engagement ring or something, and you have let's say you have $10,000 put aside, or the thing's going to cost you $10,000, and you have 0.1 whatever Bitcoin, you're like, hey, Bitcoin just hit 261,000. Jay says it's going to go to 56. Maybe I should hedge some risk and lock in some gains so I could buy my thing. That's the idea, right? Until we have a Bitcoin economy, right? The truth is that if things are priced in dollars, you need a place to hedge your risk, or You think Bitcoin's going from 125 to 261, and you want to leverage, right? You can use SidePit to leverage. And the point is that it's a poker game. It's a professional game where 80 to 90% of people are going to lose, but that 10 to 20% are going to make a lot of money. And you just have to know that going in. It's a game. It's called a trading game, literally. But there's a positive sum at SidePit that doesn't exist anywhere else. We get that positive sum by eliminating the manipulation, bringing it back in. So you could think of it as a professional poker game. So if I told you to sit down at a professional poker table, probably not going to want to do it because you're probably going to lose your money, right? So for now, we're saying this is a professional game, but eventually, right, it will be, to most people, it will look and feel like any other derivatives exchange. What are the other ones out there? Deribit, BitMEX, CME. But you also know that, hey, we're also like kind of the real Robin Hood. We're taking from Wall Street, giving it back to the people, and creating fundamental real technology that could help in a little way. And I'm no longer like doing any like crypto stuff really, or even a token. Maybe I should. Hey, if anybody wants to help with what is it? Is Ordinal still happening? Yeah, the Ordinal side of things. I think I could bring that back, especially now with op return. Maybe I could get into the op return drama. I don't know.
So when you say you can bring that back, what does it mean?
Okay, so the way a SidePit ID, in order to an account at SidePit is a Bitcoin address, right? That's all you need is a Bitcoin address, right? So it's a native SegWit Bitcoin address. And then when you want to make a trade, you sign a message, just like whatever that JSON thing is. You sign a message saying, I want to buy blah, blah, blah at this price, and you sign it with your Bitcoin key, right? And then you broadcast that. And every node it's more like a stellar network, but every node needs to then verify your message. How do they get your public key from the Bitcoin address?
You broadcast it.
No, you're broadcasting your Bitcoin address and a signature.
Right. So you ask, how do they get your public key?
Yeah, how do they get your public key? I mean, the only way they could get your public key is from a Bitcoin transaction on chain. So that's the way your account is created, is by either holding an ordinal, buying a jacket, or by locking your Bitcoin. And we go into the Bitcoin blockchain, right, and we look, and obviously in order to spend your Bitcoin, you needed to display your public key. So that's the trick. That's how you're identified by a Bitcoin transaction. And now you have a jacket, right? A jacket that gives you that now you're a trader in the exchange by owning this jacket, right? Which just exposes your public key so people know who you are. And it's just an ordinal, right? We think of it as, we like to say this current initial version of SidePit is a Bitcoin sidechain layer 2 or layer 1.5 or layer 0. I'm not sure what layer means right anymore. It's its own distributed network that uses Bitcoin intimately.
So it uses Bitcoin for identity, not for broadcasting trades, just for registering that you are one of the users.
We don't use the Bitcoin network. We use Bitcoin. So this is how it works. There's a trading floor. There's a casino. The trading pit. If you want to walk into the trading pit, you got to take your Bitcoin, right? Give it to lock it up at the door, and you walk into the trading floor. You know, right? So at the door, you make a Bitcoin transaction on the Bitcoin network, right? You go into the trading floor. Inside the trading floor, you continue using your Bitcoin key, right? But it doesn't go anywhere in the network. It's just internal. And on your way out, right, you exit back to Bitcoin if you want to, right? So you could think of it as a long Bitcoin transaction, like maybe like a long like Lightning transaction where there's a transaction say I'm locked, now I'm in. Then you buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. It could take a day, it could be as long as you want. And then there's a moment where it's all deterministic and transparent. So the result is known, and then when you're on your way out, you say, I want to unlock my Bitcoin. I want to take my gains or losses, and then you could, if you want to, take it back to your ID. So it's funny. It looks and feels like DeFi, but the wallet you're using to trade has no money in it. There's no Bitcoin in it. You're just reusing the key that once had money, right? So we don't actually, use op return or anything for data availability. I guess. So at the end of the day, while you're trading, you have to understand that you're no longer in a world of peer-to-peer electronic cash. Now you're in a world where you're in a casino, and if the casino, something happens to the casino, you're fucked, right? So you have to trust the casino. That's what you get. By trusting the casino, you get fair gaming. Without the trust, this is the trilemma. Without the trust of the casino, someone's going to scam you 1,000 times a second. That's called AMMs on Solana or perpetual features, right? And most people don't care because it only costs, regular people only cost them $5 a year, but professionals care, right? So how do we bring on regular people? By telling them that Wall Street's fucking you. It's only 2 pennies, but they're still fucking you. They're still stealing from all of you guys together, right? And you guys use us instead of them, we could start getting the revenue from them and funding other things, right? So it is a tough sell because it looks and feels exactly like our competitors for most people, which is why we're not a retail-facing exchange. We're more professional exchange. And this also helps with regulatory stuff. In order to actually start trading, you have to kind of be a little sophisticated, which is good for now.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way in which you approach this. But the question is, how does it scale? Because you're going to have to mint an ordinal for everyone. Or are you going to mint all the ordinals and then sell them off-chain to
Okay,
the new
no,
traders?
we just minted. So we just minted. You don't actually need an ordinal to trade at SidePit. We just did it as like, we just did it as like a way to like give you extra special stuff, right? But you don't actually need. You could just come into SidePit with like locking money. So all an ordinal is means that I don't know why it won't scale. You just need it's just a small UTXO, right? That you own. That ID is still going to be needed if you want to so the reason why we has to be like this is because, do you remember so the Exodus address back in the day? Remember at one point you'd say, here's our Exodus address, send Bitcoin to this address. Everyone who sends Bitcoin to this address gets our new shitcoin, right? That's how it started. And all of a sudden people would send you their Bitcoin from like Coinbase. And Coinbase got the shitcoin and you didn't get anything, right? That was a big problem. So you had to have like It's like, okay, now only send it if you're self-custody or if you know what you're doing, and that became a disaster. So then it's like, send it here, and then we're going to forward it, right? So that's what we do now is, okay, you create a SidePit ID, then you send your Bitcoin to your SidePit ID first, right, to make sure. And the funny thing is that Ordinal solved this problem. By forcing people. The concept of NFT is that it's yours and not Coinbase's. So if someone said, if I said, hey, I want to send you $10,000 worth of Bitcoin, send me your Bitcoin address, they may give me that Coinbase address, custody address, right? But if I say I want to send you this cool NFT, they're not going to send me a custody address, right? It turns out that the way the ordinals evolved is evolved through self-custody, and that's how we were able to, if you look at docs.sidepit.com, I think I even mentioned how this happened. Yeah. So it turns out that ordinals opened the door for solving this problem. That it's a self-custody address that people control, and it's not coming from some Coinbase wallet. And by doing that and then forcing them to reuse this address for the rest of SidePit, it ensures that no one's, deposit, that we're able to verify the transactions in our distributed network, right, from the public key that you're going to keep signing with. Because if you send Bitcoin through Coinbase has the public key and your money's locked forever. So it's kind of like how this thing evolved, if that makes sense. It's probably going to take a lot more time to go through everything.
Right, so I see that you have the beta version that is listed in the Twitter description of SidePit, of the official account. Do you have an official launch date, or do you have any plans to launch it during this bull market?
Yes, that's the current situation is, we launched the beta basically every last December. So every 4 months it rolls over to a new contract. So right now we're back on December. Yeah, we plan on launching live. We still have one last thing that needs to happen, which is liquidity provider. You're probably familiar with this term for like AMMs and stuff. Basically, there's a chicken and egg problem. In order to enable large trades, you need someone on the other side. In order to have someone on the other side, they need to be incentivized by having large trades. So we're talking to partners now to work on building this market maker to get to launch. We want to launch this quarter, but we definitely need help getting there. To be honest, a couple of people that were, let's just say, some of the people that we are disrupting don't really need us. They're doing fine without us, right? And guess who funds exchanges? You'll never guess. People that manipulate them, right? Or shouldn't say manipulate, make markets. High frequency trading, MEV. Like, who do you think funds all these pump fund projects? People doing MEV, right? Not the end users, not some business model, just MEV. It's free money extracted from everyone. And
I was not even aware.
Yeah.
You would say, well, it's some venture capitalist, right? Someone who wants to make money from the trading fees or whatever.
No, the MEV is so much better than trading fees because it's hidden. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Right? It's literally rock, paper, scissors where you win every game and everyone thinks you're just a good rock, paper, scissors player, but really, right? It's hidden free money, uncorrelated alpha that nobody even sees. It comes out of the price. So when you say, this is the price I got, well, yeah, but also someone stole it from you, right? But you don't even know. You don't care even. And even if I showed it to you, like it's only 30 cents, who cares? I'm just going to count that as added to the fee, right? But the problem is that it breaks the markets for the larger players. That's the problem. 30 cents for you, but it's $30,000 for some large guy. So that's why no one touches DeFi. No institution touches DeFi from the buy side. From the sell side, they do, not from the buy side. Which is why today, guess what? There's $1 billion and more every day traded on Telegram chat rooms, person to person. That's where if you want to buy a lot of Bitcoin, you got to go to Telegram chat rooms. And in the 1800s, if you wanted to buy a lot of wheat or gold, you had to go find the buyer yourself. And then they came up with this crazy idea. They're like, why don't we have a place where everyone goes to called the exchange place, where we're going to have price discovery and we're going to have buyers and sellers show up. And that's exactly what we're doing now, is that nobody uses exchanges. They're in Telegram chat rooms looking for each other, dealing with all this shitty risk. And we're basically saying, hey, we have an exchange place where all the buyers and sellers should come, discover price, and get liquidity. So what we're saying is exchange is completely broken because of MEV or HFT. And we're trying to recreate it. And we have a solution. We actually have a patent. Used to be, every time I said that, people were like, that's so not open source and shit. But yeah, we have a patent as well. But we plan on having a launch event at a Bitcoin event in this quarter. I don't know what's coming up. Maybe Argentina. I'm not sure. But we're looking at different ones.
There's TabConf next week for the listeners. I actually intended to go there. It's just that it's such a long flight and it's also expensive. And I was like, oh.
Where is that?
In Atlanta.
Oh, yeah. I've never been there.
It's the Atlanta Bitcoin Conference. That's what TAB stands for. And it's where you find some of the smartest people in Bitcoin, like developers discussing very technical stuff. I think from this point of view, it's the conference with most tradition and being technical. But it also had Chris DeRose on stage.
What, like 20 years ago?
7 or 8, but he took off his clothes to make a point that nobody pays attention to what he's saying unless he's taking off another piece of clothing. And he showed up with some sort of bodysuit that made him look like he has a six-pack.
Yeah, I don't remember this one.
Yeah, anyway, it's a lot of fun. I wish I could show up this year, maybe next year.
Oh, yeah, it's really next week. Yeah.
It's a good place if you want to meet people who are technical and OG, and they sort of hate the culture of today's conferences. And once again, I don't want to take this away from if it was going to be Argentina, maybe La Bitconf or something.
No, I'm not there yet. Like I said, I still need like one more thing to happen.
But Paul's going to be there, and that was going to be one of the reasons why I wanted to go. And also someone I'm going to interview on the show is going to be there. His name is Christopher Allen, and he's an OG cypherpunk who's been working on smart contracts and decentralized identity. And I've interviewed the organizer, Michael. Ben Fitterman in the chat says, it's good, I'm from Atlanta, I guess. He said, I'm Atlanta. Maybe he wanted to say I'm in.
Yeah, I haven't been to conferences in a while.
Which reminds me, Jay, I was supposed to meet you last year in Nashville, and we're supposed to coordinate for something. I don't remember exactly what happened. We got sidetracked.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it was a Litecoin, maybe?
Yeah, I was... Basically, they paid for my flight, and I was at the Litecoin Summit. Yeah. And then I went to the Bitcoin event also, and it was the moment...
It was the Trump, right?
Yeah. that was the event that made me buy Zcash and Monero and Zano and all of these privacy coins. I was like, I gotta hedge against this because it got to a point where I don't identify anymore with this crowd.
Yes, but yeah, I recommend I, I I recommend separating Bitcoin BTCUSD from Bitcoin. Just at the end of the day, even even if you hate everything about Bitcoin, but you like some other coin like Ethereum, like if you needed to buy and sell a large amount, it would be Bitcoin, right? Because it's the like Wall Street currency with liquidity, right? So, um, but I mean XMR is fine. Like in the end of the world scenario, yeah, XMR is probably good. So was that your latest one? You back to Zcash? Wasn't that like from 2017?
Yeah, it was launched in 2016, but to be honest, it was maybe too ambitious or ahead of its time. They started out with this trusted setup that required a ceremony. I actually own one of the 6 laptops that were used during the ceremony. I bought it from Peter Todd. And basically, they kept on refining on the design and they got rid of the trusted setup and they made the UX more elegant. They don't have public and private addresses anymore. They have the unified addresses that can receive both. They made it work on mobile, which previously was impossible because of the amount of computation that was necessary. So they made their cryptography better. The hardware also got better. And I think that right now, if you look at the Zcash chart, it went up like
What
crazy.
just happened? It just went up 300% in like the last 2 days.
Yeah, it
But is
it's
it? I
finally
bet you it's
happening.
a. Bet you it's a treasure. Yeah, but it's probably a treasury play, right?
Well, the technology is mature now, and it has a larger community. Like it's been brewing under the radar for a long time, and
Yeah,
now
but that doesn't explain
guys
all
like
the great scale.
Naval and whatever started tweeting about it.
Treasury management, yeah, treasury. Door swap, okay. Yeah.
Basically, it's what Bitcoin I wish turned out to be because it has the privacy side and it also scales better and it has some of the smartest cryptographers working on it. And I like this. In Bitcoin, it seems like all the smart people sort of left the room.
All I have to say about that is I believe that even if it's 100% true, by help making Zcash better, by buying Bitcoin and working on Zcash will help your Bitcoin stack. Like I'm just trying to say that there's a complete separation between price and project, and I think it's all one. And it really, as long as you're doing positive and you're holding something that's not a scam, you should be fine. And the difference between Zcash and Bitcoin and XRP and Monero, it's all has to do with this is a very financial markets thing, volatility correlations to what you're trying to accomplish. Again, I'm talking from a trader's perspective. Long term, it's a whole nother story. Long term holders or investors or portfolios, right? I'm not that. I'm a pure trader. So all my position is always, my current position always has to do with what do I want to have, right? What risk do I want to have? This is because I'm always 100%, either 100% long or 100% flat Bitcoin for the last 15 years.
Sure, but what I do see in this is the fact that it's technology that's 100% compatible with Bitcoin. Zcash
Right.
was supposed to be the zero cash soft fork for Bitcoin back in 2013. It never happened. They launched an altcoin and they said, let's refine the technology. And it did produce a lot of interesting research because before this, ZK proofs were not practical. and now you see them on Ethereum, you see them coming to Bitcoin.
Right.
And this soft fork can still happen to Bitcoin if we decide that we want privacy for it. And this time around, it doesn't require the trusted setup and all the stuff that was considered to be bad 12 years ago.
By who?
Core developers. And in hindsight, they were not wrong. Like, after the ceremony, they figured out that theoretically there could be an inflation bug that could be exploited, and they had to hard fork to change that. And in the case of Bitcoin, if that ended up on Bitcoin, it could lead to a lot of drama, because apparently hard forks are very controversial.
I would like to see Zcash be, or whatever, Zcash be mentioned as much, and all the other ones instead of at the next Bitcoin conference instead of stable coins, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Yeah, but
If it's Zcash,
there's not as much money, right, in technology that's actually cypherpunk.
well,
There's
yeah.
a lot of money in stable coins. The Trump family is investing in stable coins. They have their own USD, whatever. They have their own fund. It seems like Ethereum is the one that actually got picked by the Trump family to be the host of World Liberty Financial.
Yeah, because it's the default for everything. And Ethereum is like the new Ethereum's the Bitcoin of Solana. Right? Like and it's a shame that guess who makes a killing here? Instead of having a single token, you have to go from one token to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Every single time a swap happens, more MEV, right? More rock, paper, scissors, more free money. And that's the Wall Street game. And I'm not saying there's something wrong with it or not wrong with it, but that's the game we're in. And eventually there's a flash crash. Eventually shit gets bad. And I think that with a foundational technology like ours, we could kind of stop it. So that's I'm actually excited about what's happening, is that everything's now back in play, and maybe new technologies will come out of Ethereum. I mean Bitcoin. BIP 300 I like. Again, CTV it's ridiculous that it's not merged in. Like I can't even like even have a discussion about Bitcoin Core, right? Like, I kind of say like whatever's happening with that. What is it? Civil War? Are they forking? I'm not sure what they're doing. Whatever they do, yeah, I blame it on not having CTV, and I don't think there's a resolution. Not to end on a negative note, but I don't see. Do you see a resolution here?
No, because it seems like both sides are very stubborn, and nobody wants to admit that they could be wrong. Yesterday, there was this situation with a JPEG that was inscribed on Bitcoin using a very large transaction that was not using the ordinal inscription protocol. It was what they call a stamp, basically a large multi-sig that was adding small chunks of data. And it takes a lot of block space. It also gets stored in the UTXO set forever. And Luke Dash Jr. had to confront the reality that his filters against what he calls spam could never work against this, because it does look like a very legitimate Bitcoin transaction. And there is no way that he can actually filter that, because he's gonna filter a lot of good transactions also. But in the face of this realization, which I'm pretty sure that he's had a long time ago, but it was the first time when people tagged him and teased him about it, he said, stamps don't exist. And stamps is the protocol that Mike and Space has made for this purpose. And he said they don't exist. Like, he's in absolute denial of what's happening.
One second. Are you saying stamps is something that he doesn't think is spam?
No, it's something that he doesn't think exists. Because if he did acknowledge it, he would have to confront it, and he cannot. There's nothing
Why can't he
can do about
filter
it.
stamps?
Well, because of their composition, their structure, they're made to not be prunable, so they are on the
Oh
side
yeah,
that
yeah.
doesn't use SegWit. And it's just that they look like a multi-sig.
Right. So why is he? But then there's no issue with porn or stuff. Like I think that's the trick. If it's not filterable, I can't believe getting into this debate. But if it's filterable, then there's risk of whatever, you know, CP risk. But if it's not filterable, then it's not really a JPEG anyway. You know, like the real truth is that there's no such thing as JPEGs on Bitcoin. Like it doesn't exist.
Right.
It's
Unless you go to JPEG generator and you copy the hash of any transaction, and you're gonna get a random JPEG from that string of data, which I think is a
right.
very witty response to
So
this whole situation.
if whoever made that JPEG viewer was part of the people that made that, ordinals thing, then yeah, they could probably get arrested. But it's just ones and zeros. I don't think it's a problem. And you know what's so fucked up is by telling by like, kind of telling the police, the CP police, the story, you're kind of like creating the problem in itself. Like it's not a problem. It doesn't exist. But we're creating the problem by saying these things, right? By saying there's something illegal on Bitcoin, because there isn't, because it doesn't exist, right? It's just ones and zeros. I mean, I could actually make a program to take the Declaration of Independence and turn it into something illegal. But right, if I did that, I should be the one going to jail for doing that, not the Declaration of Independence. It's not the ones and zeros on Bitcoin. It's the person that's pointing to the ones and zeros on Bitcoin. Right. But of course, this nuance goes over everyone's head. So this whole thing is kind of stupid.
I also think there's an agenda behind it because there was a coordinated attack against Gloria Zhao, who's a maintainer of Bitcoin Core. And the latest character assassination attempt involves saying that she did not get there by merit because she was just a university graduate in computer science. And what actually happened is that she was the girlfriend of another core developer, and that's how she got into developing for core. And then they just ignored the fact that she made more than 700 commits to the project in 4 years, which is...
Who's they? I mean, who's doing all this? Like people on Twitter?
There's a guy named Matthew Crater, and he
Oh yeah.
has a YouTube channel that's called Bitcoin University, and it seems like he specializes in this sort of content. I don't even
Yeah,
know.
and
It's kind of ironic because
he's
universities start out educating you, like even in real life, real universities, they educate you and then they go woke and they decide that social
Matthew Crowder is
justice...
the result of the FUD Foundation. Like he is the result of all the FUD Foundation, right? This foundation is just completely false. He believes all the fake narratives because he's not a coder. And the result is this insanity of what's that become. And he has and it's also like he thinks it's a moral for him to do this, right? Because it's based on FUD that kind of we put in there in order to explain the nuance to the plebs, right? And that's yeah. So of course I've listened. Yeah, I saw him a couple of times. It's a joke. And Mechanic, I would say the same thing. I don't want to call people out, but if I'm calling out Adam back, I might as well call out Mechanic. It's just as stupid.
I have this conspiracy theory about Mechanic being the handler of Luke Dash Jr., someone working for a free letter agency, and he's just the guy who's making sure that the right kind of stuff is being said.
Yeah, I mean, I like Luke for a while. I mean, he was fine. He writes good code. I don't know. I mean, I didn't appreciate his takes on abortion and stuff like that, but it wasn't about that.
Or eating cats or some other stuff that he said.
I think he lost everyone with that once he lost all that Bitcoin. like for a couple of reasons. But yeah, like first of all, everyone thought he was broke and trying to raise money for like himself, but he had millions of dollars in Bitcoin. It was crazy, and then he lost it, which is even crazier. So that was, um, all the heroes fall in this space, but then there's new ones, and no one in the cult could actually see that this is about to happen again. And by the time it happens, there's a whole new cult, right? There's nothing you could do. It reminds you of Hex. You know the Hexagons?
Unfortunately, I do remember that. And I
You
was
ever
one
got
of the
involved?
first people to debate Richard Heart in 2018 when he was about to call it Bitcoin Hex.
Yes.
And I ran this sort of investigation and I explained why he was about to scam people, and he blocked me, and there was a bit of drama, but in hindsight, it did not matter. People still bought into it because they were watching his 4-hour live streams where he was giving life advice and he was acting like this wise, successful person. They just bought
Yeah,
into the con
he's the
man's
most impressive. He's the
tactics.
most impressive Ponzi since Ponzi. I think he even's better than Charles Ponzi. I think he's the best of all time. And I did have a debate with him, and he obviously wiped the floor with everyone, right? He's really good at it. But I did force him into make a prediction, and I was saying, okay, let's just predict. So, and whoever gets it right, maybe your followers will, we'll see. So, I don't think it worked, but um, obviously he said Bitcoin's going to go to zero and Hex is going to go to 1 million or whatever. Um, but yeah, I think I just think that um, Maximalism it just has to stop. Like I had a guy like a hardcore Bitcoin maximalist, like hated Ethereum so much, right? Hated Ethereum, like just despised it, and all he wanted to see them die. But guess what? When he invested in one of my projects, he gave me Ethereum. Like he literally used Ethereum to scale Bitcoin and hated Ethereum, but actually used it.
It's Gresham's law, bro. He gave you the
The
weaker
Gresham's law,
money.
yeah, Gresham's law. Right. It's not weaker money. It's literally better money because if it was easy, no, it's harder to move Bitcoin because all this technology sucks and Ethereum's easy to use, right? So the Gresham's law, it's the opposite of Gresham's law, but yeah. Just to be very clear, Gresham's law has to do with silver not having the full amount of ounces physical silver in the coin. So you use the one with less physical silver first. That's Gresham's law, right? We get that. It has nothing to do with valuation or digital currency. It's physical
No, but
coins.
Taleb came up with his own interpretation, and then Saifuddin took it and published it in his book, and now it's gospel.
Right. And can't we use Bitcoin mining to like nuclear defense or something? Wasn't that another thing?
Oh,
Like
James
that.
Lowery, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Soft wars.
craziest of all crazies, right? Soft war, right? Um, and it's crazy that became Bitcoin. Like, how crazy is that? Like, it's
I
the
still think
exact
it was some sort of psyop because the guy just went away, disappeared. Or maybe he blocked me and that's why I don't see his stuff anymore. But he used to be very hot like 2 years ago, and now nobody even remembers that he was pushing this agenda.
So, were you originally Bcash or a Bitcoin Maxi?
No, I think I was a Blockstream simp in 2017, 2018.
How'd you get out of the cult?
I interviewed Roger Ver last year.
Yeah, I remember like seeing you make your exit.
But I've always had questions, right? But I just try to keep them quiet and try to not step out of the line and try to please the people who actually were not even listening to my podcast. Unless I stepped out of line and that's when they listened. It's funny.
The funny thing is that I just tell all the people in the cult that you could try to say something against, the morals, and no one's gonna even say shit to you anymore.
Oh yeah,
Like it's
because at this point everyone is demoralized by all of these Bitcoin reserve companies, treasury companies. The reserve
Naka,
thing
what a
was
great
different.
Naka is. Thank God we don't have shitcoins, and when we have Naka.
Now it's fine to invest in companies because it's a proxy for shitcoining, and people have been holding on to shitcoining, virtue signaling, saying, "Well, we're not supposed to do this," and now they just like Wall Street and companies and tokens and
Yeah, I
equity.
think Naka. What is it called? Kindly MD. What's the Naka thing? Naka's a great.
No, Kindly MD was a company that became part of the Nakamoto whatever, which is David
Right.
Bailey's
Right. I
little
think
business.
that's a great token. Right. That's a perfect one. Right. Don't buy a shitcoin, buy Naka. Oh, it's at that $1.03.
Wasn't it very much down?
Yeah. I mean,
And it's one of the best ones. The others that were launched are even worse.
the treasury company. So, I mean, it's funny. You could watch it happen in real time. Like, as soon as Wall Street showed up, like, treasury, you knew within a couple of months there's going to be a huge ETH move, right? Because you've seen it every cycle. How everyone shows up like, oh, Bitcoin. They're like, oh, what about this other thing? Smart contracts.
Oh yeah, they were saying
Oh,
that this
ETH,
bull
ETH,
market
ETH,
is
right?
reserved to Bitcoin and nothing else will pump.
Right. Then all of a sudden ETH became the thing. And then, but the thing is, we've seen this cycle, right? From what has a no coiner finds Bitcoin, then ETH, right? Then they finish the cycle, then they become Bitcoin maxis. And then they start a podcast.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun to see all the podcasts coming out and saying, "Oh, I finally found the light." It's such a strange cult. It combines elements from Christianity, but that part where you've been such a sinner, and then you find out so much about your high priests who are supposed to keep you in line, and they tell you, "Don't shitcoin, don't do this, don't do that." And then you realize what they're really into and what kind of affairs they've been involved in the past.
Right. USDT, right.
It's not even USDT. It's maybe Dogecoin, or maybe that some developer who is some high priest worked on Litecoin, and then you're like, oh my god, that how is that even possible? I've been told that Litecoin is a shitcoin, and then you find out that they do some auditing on the side. They have a side hustle, taking money from
Yeah.
other projects just to look at code. And then you sort of start to question everything. And you're like, wait a second, are these people trying to keep me from actually doing something which might be beneficial for myself? And then
Yeah, I
they
like
say,
this.
well, it's impossible for anything to outperform Bitcoin, which is why I made my freedom gains index, which consists of 5 privacy coins, which is outperforming Bitcoin very much right now by a lot. The only two underperforming ones are Litecoin, which I think is just gonna do its thing and pump one time and then go
Yeah.
back
So
to
I think
its.
if you want help with the index, I think a better way to do this is to just index it priced in Bitcoin. And then it could
But
just,
that's what I've been doing.
okay, so it's just an index, so it starts at 100, and you just have to say how much it's up. And by default, by it being up, it's up more than against the dollar, more than Bitcoiners, or if it's down, right? Um,
Let me send you the link to the tweet. So pay attention to Twitter for like 30 seconds. I'm gonna send you this. So this is the way in which I indexed. And I don't know, because I don't have Twitter on this particular computer. I try to stay productive, so I don't use it. I keep it on my phone for the breaks. I'm not sure if
yeah.
that's normal, if people actually do that, but I have different devices for different reasons.
You send me a message.
I sent it to you now. You can take a look. And this is like the updated version of it. where basically I have the Bitcoin
Oh, so it's
price.
not an index. It's just each one is separate.
Well, sure, I can. So for indexing, I need to average, right?
No, you need to have like the S&P. Yeah, you need to figure out like how you're weighting a weighting average, and then you need to come up with like a point where it starts at 100, right? So there's many ways to do it. Years ago, there were a bunch of indexes, small cap, large cap. I don't know what happened. Yeah, okay. So you have BTC. There you go. Okay. What's NYM? I never heard of that one.
Oh, it's NIM. It's
What's
my worst investment ever. But at the
what's
same
NIM?
time, it's a good investment because they built something that's called a mixnet, which
Never heard of
is
NIM.
better than a VPN and better than Tor.
So I have a problem with. So I would say something with so many zeros beforehand is a problem. Um, I can explain right now why, but um, yeah. So that you got to remember. So here's the thing about NIM BTC. One tick could be 50. Like this could go up 1,000% with like $30 because of all those zeros.
But that's BTC. It's not.
Even yeah, but this is how. Yeah, that's the problem. So when the decimals, anything that trades below a dollar, you just can't look at the percent changes, right? Because yeah, maybe NIM is down 42%, but I guarantee within 6 months NIM will be up 500-600% in 3 days, which doesn't mean anything when it's at this price. Going from going from 1 penny to 6 pennies doesn't mean anything. Really doesn't. Um, or 0.000878, right? Like that's how Hex. That's how Hex does a lot of their scams. But I'm not saying NIM's a scam. I've never seen the thing. But I just would say that how do you spell NIM token?
NYM. It's actually a pretty big project. They have Chelsea Manning on the team doing some security audits. A bunch of cypherpunks working on this. So it's just a token that initially was supposed to be your way to access their VPN service and their mixnet. And then they decided when they launched their product that they don't want to use their token anymore and you can just pay with Bitcoin. So basically, the token was a way for them to fundraise to build this. Because they just kept dumping.
Yeah, so it's a 42. It's yeah. I mean, the token's worth $49 million. So it's not even Zano. Yeah, interesting. I
Zano
mean,
is
if you
actually interesting because it's sort of the revenge chain of big blockers. A lot of the guys from Bitcoin Cash are into it right now. It's Cryptonote, which is the code base of Monero, that's
I know
optimized
Crypto.
for creating tokens that have the same privacy as the base currency. And now they have their own stablecoin that's called FUSD. And basically, they're using that one to transact the US dollar with privacy on their network. And Roger Ver is maybe the biggest cheerleader of the project. He mentioned it in multiple interviews. And he's also the one who onboarded me when it was like $2. He sent me one and he was like, check this out.
Yeah. So it's just in a different class. I think NYM and Zano are in a different class. I want to make an index. But yeah, cool. Very interesting. Yeah, Cryptonote first came out. We weren't sure.
2012 or something,
We weren't sure if it
2013.
was the government. Nobody knew what was going on. This, I think it was the guy was anonymous for a while.
Nicholas von Saberhagen or something. And apparently he worked in Russia with some developers. He had a company, like a software team that worked on this. And one of the guys who worked for him, an engineer who actually got sued by Microsoft a few years ago, is the lead developer of Zano right now.
Okay.
So that's sort of the OG provenance of the project, because they don't say they're a fork of Monero. They sort of hate the concept of being a fork of Monero, because this guy says he's so OG. He was around before Monero even existed. And he worked on the code base.
Very cool.
Had him on the show last year.
Yeah. So it's
basically the premise of this quote unquote index, because I did not follow the process correctly, but I did diversify. I think that's the more correct way of describing it, is that I wanted to prove that you can outperform Bitcoin with an ideological approach to privacy projects and get something that offers privacy and outperform Bitcoin. Because I gambled basically, and I said privacy is gonna be the next big narrative after this meme coin.
Yeah, but this was October. When did you start this? October 1st?
Last year. No, you can see at the top. It's July 31st, 2024, when I came back from Nashville.
Okay, so just be careful, because you know these things have a tendency to yeah, we could get into some financial markets a little bit. Do you know the difference between alpha and beta?
The alpha and beta what?
Do you know the difference between alpha and beta?
In what context?
When it comes to context of
not the Greek alphabet, right?
Price of your index.
No.
Okay, so let's take Litecoin BTC, right? So there's some, as Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes up, right, there's some correlation that Litecoin BTC will go up as well. Let's call it, has like a, in the options market, they call it delta, or delta. Delta means, or gamma. What basically, if Bitcoin is in a bull market, then your LTC BTC will outperform, will go up, which means that Litecoin will outperform Bitcoin. That's the beta. The alpha is independent of what Bitcoin does, Litecoin will go up, right? So if you're constructing a portfolio and you want to compare it to Bitcoin, you need to, you know, the alpha is what the underlying, you know, privacy coins are performing independent of what Bitcoin's doing against the dollar. So that's the alpha. And the beta is, you know, what if Litecoin is just a leveraged Bitcoin trade, right? And you could actually figure this stuff out through what's called principal component analysis of the historical data. You could actually extract, this is like what quant finance people do, right? You could extract, and then you could use financial markets to hedge. So if you want to, like, let's say you just want to get the core of Litecoin without any of the Bitcoin in it, right? You basically hedge the Bitcoin part and just hold on to the Litecoin part, and that becomes the alpha, right? So what you're looking for is what part of this price is related to the actual Litecoin itself, independent of macro or Bitcoin or Ethereum or like Trump or whatever, inflation, right? Like you're trying to pull out the pieces, and that's like, anyway, this is what they teach you in, like, I think NBA course 1. It's called principal component analysis. So yeah, this could get more and more involved, right? Trying to figure out which part of this is the bull market in Bitcoin and which part of it is people buying privacy coins, right? For
I mean,
example,
I do see how you're right, but the thesis behind this is that people were saying you can't possibly outperform Bitcoin.
that's the craziest thing I ever heard. You could outperform Bitcoin by leverage. What if you just go leverage Bitcoin? Then you outperform Bitcoin.
Well, it sort
But
of doesn't count because you're
well,
still.
Ethereum, but that's the point. Delta, that's literally the point. Beta, if Ethereum is a greater than one beta Bitcoin, it is leveraged Bitcoin. So Ethereum is leveraged Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin goes up, Ethereum is going to outperform Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes down, Ethereum is going to underperform Bitcoin. Like that's the point, right? I think people don't understand that. They think, oh, there's something called a Zoomer trade, right? When Bitcoin's having a breakout and all of a sudden Ethereum, right, starts getting a bid, what happens? People sell Bitcoin and buy Ethereum. Everyone thinks there's competition between the two when they're both really the same thing. They're both like the same alpha in a sense, right? The dollar's going down and crypto's going up. So Bitcoin and Ethereum are both going up, and it's just relative to how much. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of misunderstanding because a lot of people that in this space never got financial, didn't come from finance. And then all the finance guys come in, right? And they don't really understand the tech. And then there's also the C++. So I think what's happening now is there's a huge opportunity. I sound like a VC thing, but yeah, there's a huge opportunity. Something big's about to happen here, and I just hope that we could somehow Bitcoin could be part of it in a positive way, and not and just I'm sorry, I just can't even be on Twitter anymore or even talk to any of those people again. It's too messed up. So we need to find something, and I think you're doing a great job. So congratulations on doing something right in this space. Not sure if you're making any money off of it, but you should. So.
Well, I'm having a lot of fun, at least. But
Yeah, I
hey,
mean,
if Zcash goes to $1,000 or something, maybe I'll be able to afford housing or whatever.
or you could chop up these videos, make little YouTube shorts, market it, make some money off it. Why not?
Yeah,
Become an
from my
influencer.
experience, so the kind of audience that I have is super smart, and if I try to appeal to a dumber audience, I have to either lower the quality of the content to appeal to the lowest common denominator, or I'm just gonna attract some attention from these people, and they're just gonna scroll by on their TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever, because they need something stupid simple. And I don't have that kind of content. I really don't. And I'm sort
Right,
of
and
comfortable.
that's the same problem. Yeah, this is the problem. So then you get left out of capitalism, like all the rest of us, and then who's going to fund all these Bitcoin projects? So we're in this doom loop, right? So that's why Jack Dorsey's the only one that funds anything. So how do we resolve this, Vlad? I think someone has to bite the bullet and sell out.
There are two approaches. Either there's a renaissance of projects and the culture changes, or else it's gonna all burn to the ground and then we pick it up from there.
We're there, yeah.
And we let the tourists leave and we start over. The problem, I think, sometimes is that the number kept going up in spite of the bad fundamentals and the fact that we haven't really solved any problem. And I think also part of the reason why we don't have CDV is that people are afraid of killing the goose that lays golden eggs.
Which is what?
Which
Bitcoin?
is Bitcoin as this digital gold meme coin or something. Institutional money. Reserve asset for governments, whatever it is that they're trying to push as an agenda. And to their credit, it worked very nicely. People
Yeah,
bought
but
into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in one hand, Bitcoin is a success, and the other hand, it's a complete failure, right? Um, right. So, what if I told you we'd probably be maybe we'd be at $1 million if the mempool, something went a different way, right? It's not a failure. It's just like it's not digital cash, right? That's all. Um,
So the mission
so
at large has been continued by other projects, I think. Every attempt to make Bitcoin a medium of exchange has sort of fallen short, mostly because people are reluctant to spend it. And it seems like there's still this mentality. I saw this news the other day that the two pizzas that Laszlo Pizza bought with 10,000 bitcoins are now worth more than $1 billion. And I was thinking about this. Like, there are so many guys who feel like this is gonna go to 1 trillion or whatever, and they feel like if they sell any of their Bitcoin or they use it for
right, but that's yeah.
any
So
purpose,
that
they're
just
gonna be
seems
the next pizza guy.
it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't track. So everyone knows about Bitcoin now. Whatever amount of dollars is going to become $1 trillion, even if you don't own Bitcoin, you still have that amount of money. So you should have that same fear. Like having Bitcoin now versus having one Bitcoin now versus having a $125,000 worth of you know gold or Microsoft stock is the same thing, right? Everyone knows Bitcoin exists. Everyone could buy it. If you have $125,000, you could buy a Bitcoin. If you're afraid that if you sell it, it's going to go to a billion, then you should buy, right? You should buy it now. So this whole idea of um, and what are you going to do when it goes? What are you going to do when Bitcoin 10x is? You're going to sell it and then buy your house, but it already has 10x many many times. It doesn't track, right? Um, I think that I think there's an opportunity to just start fixing some of the Bitcoin technology, whether um, because it's still the asset, it's still the number one asset, and still needs to be used by people, um, and making swaps better and faster with with other coins or USD, is the way to get there. Um, so yeah. And remember, every single time anyone in this entire space, right, goes from dollars to Bitcoin to ZEC to ETH, a lot people making a lot of money. And who these people are? I guess it's the fucking banks again. Can you believe it? Like, come on. Why don't we just keep that for ourselves? That's what we're trying to do at SidePit, right? Like, why
I'm
is it?
old enough to remember when the Lightning Network was supposed to replace centralized exchanges by doing atomic swaps.
Yeah, well, that was always. It took many, many years for people to understand that swaps can't work on on blockchain without manipulation, right? Um, and those we didn't have that time, right? Um, but yeah, so I don't know. I think it's an interesting time we're in. Um, I'm glad that there's less fighting. I think maybe it's just on your shows because you don't you don't bring in the drama, but I kind of don't see it anymore. Besides on Twitter, but like, um, I guess I don't really go on Clubhouse or anything like that or to the events. So I'm much happier as a Bitcoiner now than I was before.
Oh, this is a happy ending.
Yeah.
By the way, you should drink some water because your voice has been going lower and lower in volume as we went by. But what I was gonna say is that if you go on Bitcoin Talk, you're gonna find what they call shitcoiners on Twitter. If you go on Twitter, you find the virtue signalers and the people who fight like I do think that the new generation of Bitcoiners is looking to have their own block size war. and they feel like this is their crusade. This filter thing is when they're gonna step in and save Bitcoin, and that's how they feel about this situation. So that's what you get on Twitter. If you go to Reddit, you find Moon Boys who post stories about how they got rich or how they recovered their old coins or how they bought their first house or car or something like this. So in some ways it's more hopeful and wholesome. There's not much drama there. And on Nostr, it's just the most clueless and silly bubble you'll ever find with people who think that they're building the future of something.
Right,
And
because they have JSON that they could sign, right? I get it.
it's really incredible how these people live in their own bubble and they ignore everything else. And I've asked someone recently if when was the last time you looked at CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko or whatever to see what's happening in the markets, because he was surprised that Zcash still exists, and he was like, never. I haven't looked at that in 5-6 years, and I never look nowadays. And I realize that on one hand, Bitcoiners are this group of people who say that they care about markets and the free market relays information. But on the other hand, they ignore and they dismiss what happens outside of BTC because they have this superior or sentiment of superior morality where they say that it's a shitcoin, it's gonna go to zero on a long enough time frame. Ethereum has been dying for like 10 years now, and it was supposed to be a disaster, which hasn't happened.
So right. So I think the only solution is to change the they. Like, I think we did. They're just not. There is no they. They're not they're not Bitcoiners. So like I know this is a crazy idea, but yeah, I think it's the shitcoiners. Shitcoiners are the new Bitcoiners. Shitcoin Uncensored. It's basically what Bitcoin maximalism happens, but I'm too old to be involved with this stuff, really. Um, but yeah.
I think it's part of the game theory, right? If Bitcoin stops competing to be internet money that people can use to send around, then something else needs to step up and become like a serious threat.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been competing, right? And this has already happened with US, well, with stable coins.
Well, sure, but stablecoins are not. I mean, I don't find anything interesting about them, except that people in the third world can use them to access the US dollar if they need that.
I
Or
mean,
maybe third world is a harsh term, but authoritarian regimes and places where they don't have access to banking or capital markets. But
yeah,
there needs to
I
be
don't even
something
know.
which is purely peer to peer and fairly mined or launched to give people the power to participate, just like Bitcoin was. And I think with the developments that we've seen in cryptography and computer science, something truly revolutionary is going to be something that solves the double spending problem without the blockchain, because the blockchain was always sort of the element that makes it slow or inefficient.
I mean, yeah, I think 2010 to 2014 Bitcoin. So I would say 2010 to 2014 Bitcoin is the first and last time we're ever going to see decentralized digital money. And I think that everything else, and I think that's why Bitcoin is going to be solid forever because of that base, right? So pre ASICs almost, right? Um, it was the first and last time it can happen, right? It can never happen again. It's not possible, right? Because of Sybil. It's only the only way it worked is because no one knew about it and it was happening naturally, right? Um, so I think Bitcoin will always be the base currency here somehow. And yeah, new stuff is like, yeah, it could be like a scaling thing, ZK, whatever. Um, and it just comes down to what's the currency ticker and how you're gonna swap. So remember, I don't know if you remember, way back in the day, it was okay. We got digital cash. Now we need digital exchange, right? That was always the next thing. And then Mount Gox happened, and then the idea of what a digital exchange is became no central point of failure. But that was never what an exchange is. An exchange is a place to discover price and not get screwed by the counterparty. That's what the exchange was. The exchange was like an escrow. It's by definition a trusted place. Trusted in quotes, right? Like um the exchange is the place where you don't trust the person you're swapping with, so you have to find someone that you do trust to help you out. That was the whole idea beginning. And then when Mount Gox went down, they're like, "Oh, we need an exchange that we don't have to trust." But then you basically lost um, the game of not being manipulated, and that's the cycle we're in. And I think what we add to the mix is a final piece, right? If we could go in and out really quickly without the cost, then maybe more multi-currency world can work out with swaps. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Where can people follow SidePit?
So I'm JAYBNY everywhere, JBNY on all socials. Sidepit.com. On Twitter, it's SidePit Exchange. Again, we're looking for someone to join the team. Some ideas on funding the next iteration for launch. We yeah, reach out to me, reach out to us, and look out for our launch. We're not going to say when, but we're hoping this quarter. Yeah, it's exciting stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jay. It's been a long time since we planned to do this, and I think right now it was the perfect storm for this to happen
Yes.
and have a long conversation. Thank you for your time. I don't think we had any sort of agreement on how long this should be. It just became this long.
Yeah, it's been over 2 hours. Yeah, I had something. Oh shit, I got it.
It's 4 hours.
It's already been 4 hours. Oh shit. Wow. Okay.
It happens. The longest episode I ever had was 8 hours 20 minutes or something. And
That's crazy.
it sort of evolved since last year when Amir Taki joined the show and he spoke for 7 hours. And then people wanted to challenge that record and said, wait a second, you're the guy who can sit for 7 hours and listen. And let me tell you, I have a lot to say. And I had to deal with some of these situations. But this is what's fun. So thank you, Body, the guy from the chat who has been commenting. He said, thank you guys, this was great. The whole point of internet content is that you can publish stuff without having a format, and you can have ideas that basically are spontaneous. It's not scripted, it's real, it's natural. People express their views on stuff without any boundaries, and it can go for as long as it needs to be. And I'm not gonna cut this, I'm not gonna make it a 1 hour format or whatever just to get more listeners. I'm happy with my audience, I love you guys, you're the best. And in the next interview, which is gonna happen, today is the 6th, it's on the 9th, so that's Thursday, I will have Sean Bo, who is the cryptographer who sort of figured out a lot of interesting stuff with the Zcash protocol and sort of saved them a couple of times, and now he's working on something that's called Tachyon that's meant to scale this ZK snark designed to billions of users. Because for the longest time, the criticism against privacy was that it doesn't scale and it leads to larger transactions. And he made something that's called oblivious synchronization. And he published a paper, and it seems it's gonna launch next year. This is why I'm excited about this. It's what I remember Bitcoin was like when I first joined, with smart people coming up with interesting solutions. Not that there are not any right now, there are a lot of them in Bitcoin, but I see so many frustrated developers who are like, oh, if we just get CTV or Opcat or whatever, I can change the world. I can launch my project and I can show everyone that we're going to destroy Ethereum or we're going to bring something very interesting to Bitcoin. It's just, not happening, and it's sad.
Let's fix that. Thank you so much for your time. I think you're doing great.
You too, sir. Have a nice rest of your day, and thank you everyone for listening. And also thanks to the sponsors, once again, SiteShift, Citrea, Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, NoOnce.com. I'll see you in the next one.